Good evening, everyone. Here we go. Welcome to the Fitchburg Planning Board for Tuesday, March 28th. I'm just going to read an opening statement. All meetings of the Fitchburg Planning Board are open to the public. This does not mean that the public participates in all aspects of the meeting. It simply means that the meeting itself, including all discussions and votes, is open for public view. If you wish to address the board regarding a public hearing, please raise your hand and the board will acknowledge you at the appropriate time during the hearing. That goes for virtual as well. The board will also monitor any participants that are attending virtually for questions at the appropriate time. Virtual attendees are asked to use the raise hand function to be acknowledged. 1, for protocol, state your name and address. 2, approach the center table and either stand or sit. This allows you to be seen and heard clearly by everyone in attendance. 3, the planning board requests that comments be limited to no more than 5 minutes in the interest of time. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast, and I ask that anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by stating their name and address. And seeing none to that effect. And I'm going to take roll call at the beginning of the meeting, as we have some virtual members. Let's see, I believe we have Lynn.
Here.
Here. Alex?
He just logged on.
Alex just joined, I think.
Yep.
I'll go back. Amanda? No Amanda
Nope.
yet? Tracy's right here. Peter's right here. Paul and Paul are right here. And
Alex, are you
Alex?
there? Can you hear us?
just taking
Yeah,
roll call.
I hear you guys perfectly.
Oh, all set. Alex is here. So we're just missing Amanda. We have 6 at this moment. All right. First item of the evening is 1, approval not required plans, of course, that needs approval, at least to a limited degree.
I just pulled it up for you, Paula.
This is 179 Alpine Street, and it looks like a portion of a lot transfer.
Is anyone here for that?
All right.
I don't think so. Chantel, do you know who the applicant is for that? Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
You just hit the button to not have it.
Okay. Yes, he did come into the office to submit the A&R.
Okay. But they're not anticipated.
No,
They're
This
right here.
gentleman is here.
Oh, wonderful. If you want to just come up to the podium, you can explain briefly what we're looking at, because looks like it's not really a typical A&R. I think it's just that highlighted portion in the top left there that we're talking about.
Yeah, on the back section,
Triangle.
there's a stone wall for the old farm stone wall, and the way that the property ran before, it missed the whole stone wall and came all the way across. So I wanted to put, a building in the back, and I had talked to my neighbor, and he was willing to just split up just the 7,400 square feet.
Nice. So it's just to get that 25-foot setback that you
Yes.
have on there? Perfect.
All right.
Wonderful.
I also see there's an access easement.
What's that, I'm sorry?
It seems also
An
delineated.
easement is for the person that owns the other property, so he can just keep going back and forth, but I needed that for the 25 feet.
Got it. All right. Does any board member have any questions regarding this? I believe the general statements, required statements are on the A&R plan. Of course, Lot X is not buildable. It's to be transferred into Lot 6A, like S1, Lot 6A.
Chantel, do we have the actual plan with Mylar here? Or is it in the office?
It might be in the office.
That's fine.
I can run and grab it.
No, you don't have to. We can authorize you guys to sign it. If it's here, we would sign it, but it's not. That's
Yeah.
not a
In
problem.
the future, bring that, and then
Yeah.
we'll
Okay.
sign them right away so they can take it with them.
So the way it works, so we'd have a Mylar and a copy for the office, and then whatever else. Usually there's more than that, but we don't review them physically anymore like we used to. But I'll authorize the Community Development Department to sign the plan.
There's a motion
Second.
with a second. And all those in favor, roll call. Lynn?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. And Amanda?
No.
Just to know she keyed in. Okay.
She's heading there right now. She
right.
just texted me.
Thank you, Lynn.
Great.
You're welcome.
And remind me, Liz and Chantel, at the end of the meeting, we should all, if we don't have it, we should all sign the form that Mike had sent over. So maybe we can either get that today or at some point next week or next meeting, we can all sign it. Because Chantel will have to sign it in order to sign the A&R for the registry form. So anyway, we'll talk about that at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, Mike sent that, I forgot it.
All right, you're all set.
All set? Thank you.
Yes, Thank you.
Registry of Deeds.
All right. I would like to wait for a board member to come before we continue on.
Yeah, that's certainly fine. I mean, if you want to do the site plan, that's a simple majority.
Yes,
So
exactly.
you want to do Pete Store? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Modification of site plan review for the Pete's Store at 215 Crawford Street, and addition to an existing structure. And you were
Chris, you
here
want
not
the,
too long ago.
you want the render up first, Chris? This one? If and when it comes up? Bear with me for a second. Hold on one second. Share. There we go.
Perfect.
Good.
All right. For the record, Chris Anderson with Hannigan Engineering here on behalf of the Pete Store for a modification of a site plan approval. This project was before the board back in November of last year. Since that time, the applicant is looking to modify the program of the building itself slightly. It's still the intent to maintain the use as a vehicle repair facility. Currently, it is an existing building with areas of gravel and pavement surrounding it, and it's utilized by the Pete Store for large vehicle repair. So it's the intent to maintain that use for the proposed project. Some of the proposed modifications were specific to some door relocations, which inherently shifted some of the parking around near the front portion of the site. Based on the total usage of the building, we're required to have 30 parking spaces. We are providing 30 on the property. So we are compliant with the zoning requirements for that. But the major difference as part of the overall site plan approval is the enlargement of the building addition on the rear portion of the site. So originally, the loading doors that got provided access to the loading bays were on either of the ends of the building. It's proposed that they be relocated to face towards the rear of the building. So by that nature itself, we're bringing up the grade within the back portion of the site to provide access to the area while maintaining the parking for the trailers and the trucks within the back portion of the property. In addition to that, we are now providing additional provisions for fencing around the area for security purposes itself. Relative to stormwater management, we're still experiencing a net decrease in impervious area, so it's an overall improvement to the stormwater quality. Everything kind of sheet flows off to the southwestern corner of the site and then just flows over land on. It's a predominantly sandy site, so groundwater infiltrates pretty rapidly in this area. We're still providing provisions for landscaped areas along the frontage of the building, as well as providing several landscape trees interspersed throughout the area, as well as an additional evergreen screening against the parking immediately against Crawford Street. The roadway openings are stated as originally approved. Right now, it's kind of a free-for-all with curb cuts. The proposed modification or original modification to the site included the constriction of those entrances for a more defined traffic flow in and out of the property. Besides that, that's pretty much the general gist of the project. If there's any questions from the board, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Did the parking change at all from the prior plan? Rear?
The quantity required changed, and we modified the layout a little bit. So along the Page North portion of the site, we shifted the parking about 4 feet closer to the road, still within the zoning setback requirements. Yep, if you can go back to that rendering real quick. Sorry.
You're okay.
So the proposed parking shifted towards Crawford Street a little bit. We added 2 parallel spaces near the front, as well as some additional employee parking near the rear portion of the site. It's not a typical retail space, if you will. It's a very specialized repair facility, so the parking requirement is a little excessive. It's more so. It's probably looking more towards a commercial, normal person, for lack of a better term, shop facility, which you don't really get for this area, so it's more of a specialized use. So most of the parking that we're providing is located near the back portion of the site. That'll be used primarily for employees of the area as well.
And where is you mentioned fencing, so now there's new security fencing? Where?
So there are a slide gate located right off the back corner of the, right there, yep. So there's a slide gate there.
Thank you.
That limits the access to that portion, as well as at the north eastern, yeah.
Okay, so the whole back portion is secured.
So and I think we asked this question when you were here 6 or so months ago, whenever it was, the typical client there, they take their tractor trailer truck in for upgrade or service or whatever. So they drive it in and then they wait, or how does that work?
It depends on the overall scope. It's very similar to any other mechanic shop. Either it's a one and done, you're quick in and out within a few hours, or you drop it off and they repair it and move on.
Nice.
So it's like any other mechanic shop, just a lot bigger vehicle.
So the question would be, does the board have any comments?
I don't have any comments about this, but I just wanted to read, Nick sent over, DPW sent over just a couple quick comments. Revised site plan appears to address the previous DPW engineering comment pertaining to various erosion and sediment controls. The applicant should note that only contractors are currently bonded, work in the public right away. Someone will send this to you, Community Development Office. When you see Nick's email, just forward it to the applicant or to Chris. The applicant has submitted a drainage analysis for site development, but it is unclear how roof runoff is accounted for. Is it included in paved parking area numbers? Please clarify. Will it flow overland to the design point? So nothing urgent.
Yeah, it's all pavement now. It's going to be pavement or rooftop at the end of the day, and it's all sheet flowing towards the back. So we can review that with DPW when it comes to that.
Yeah, and then the water wants to know standards and specifications for the various utility crossings. It's going to cross both a 6-inch ductile iron service and a 1-inch copper service. You'll see all these, but none of them are, we can condition on your satisfaction of these with the DPW.
Nick is here as well.
Oh, he is? Oh, he's not showing on my screen. Oh, yeah, okay. So Nick, did you have anything you want to add? I mean, they all look pretty technical versus...
Thanks, Paul. I think it's pretty straightforward, and I think we can address it with Chris after the meeting. More just clarifications on a few things here and there. So I think that approach will work.
Great, thanks, Nick.
Does the board have any questions? Any member here?
No, I'm good.
Virtually? Okay, it is a public hearing. I'm going to ask if anybody in the audience has any comments or questions regarding this project. I don't see anybody in physical presence. Is there anybody virtual?
I see no hands raised.
Okay. That being said, does the board have enough information to make a determination this evening?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, a motion was made to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? All right, discussion?
I have nothing outside of carrying over whatever conditions we might have had previously, and obviously satisfying the DPW comments that came in. I don't have anything else, so I'll make a motion to approve the Pete Store, 215 Crawford Street, subject to those comments.
Second?
There's a motion with a second. Okay, all those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say opposed, and I'm going to take roll call. Alin?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
While I have the mic, Old Princeton Road, that's our,
Oh, yeah, we were going to do that next anyway, right?
can we request a continuance?
Yeah, we already got the letter from Bill, so.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure he didn't know if he got it or not, so.
I'm
Yep.
glad you said something.
Yep, no, very much appreciate it, and it's always helpful, too, if you're here, just to say it in person. That way we have it as a matter of record. We can do that now if you want before you leave, if that's okay, Paula.
Yes, we'll do that right now. We have, on our agenda this evening, we have a modification of special permit 219-19 from Final Touch Contractor LLC regarding Old Princeton Road, which is an increase from 4 units to 6 units from a PUD. This was continued from our January meeting. They're seeking another extension to our April meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And just.
Please
just-
have something for the April meeting.
Yeah, so the one thing,
Yay or
and I
nay?
think
This is kind of,
Mike had told Bill this before, if they're still unsure of where they're going to go, give it, give it leave to withdraw, so we can take it off our agenda, so we don't need to drag people to meetings and all that stuff. And then when they decide they're ready, can reapply, and we'll go from there.
Yep.
If it's the same application and they're giving leave to withdraw just out of convenience, we can talk about waiving the fee. Obviously, like we talked about, if it's a different application for 8 units, then you'd have to pay the fee anyway, so.
Yep, absolutely. Understood.
I'll make a motion. Oh, do you want to see if anyone was here for that?
well, there was a request for continuance in that regard, so, well,
I don't think so. I was just going to say, if anyone in the audience is here, this is just because apparently Weather, according to Bill, the engineer, Weather hasn't cooperated with their additional survey they have to do, so they're requesting another month to the next meeting.
all right. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to continue.
Is there a motion to continue? Is there a second?
Second?
With the second, thank you. And we'll take roll call. Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Alin?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
That's April 25th.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Also, while we're talking about continuances and withdrawals, one item on our agenda, we have a special, if there's anybody here for this as well, there's a
Oh,
special
yes.
permit
Thank
and
you.
site plan review.
Thanks for reminding me.
Lorigan at 106 East Street for a 3-family dwelling. That was continued also from our January meeting, and there is a request to withdraw from the applicant, so that's before the board, probably without prejudice.
I'll make a motion to grant the request to give leave to withdraw without prejudice.
Second?
That motion has been made with a second, and we'll take roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Alin?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. So, 106 East Street. Drawn. And to take a moment to write my notes for a second. Continued to April. All right. Our next item is a special permit and site plan review for Silva, 8 Wilmot Street, 2-family dwelling, continued from our January 24th meeting.
Hi, guys.
Good evening.
Okay, so what's changed since the last time we saw you? Anything?
We did all the modification. I'm gonna let Mr. David Sandowski, tell you all the information, so I'll pass it on.
Wonderful. Dave, is there something in particular that's easier for you to have up on the screen? I have the final version utility site plan, addendum sheet.
The addendum sheet would be the sheet.
Okay. All right, perfect.
For the record, my name is Dave Sadowski. I'm the principal of DJ and Associates. We're here for 8 Wilmot. On our addendum sheet, we show landscaping between the middles of the driveways. And over to the right, there's a call out of the different types of plants, all the way over.
You're talking about, okay, hold on.
If you can drag that across, up in there, it shows the 2 different types. It talks about a bark mulch. Down lower, please. Right down there where it says plant rec.
Oh, yeah.
Plants.
Yep.
So there's a legend on the plants, and the plants are shown between the driveways. The fence was moved off of the abutter's property onto our property. Way over to the left, there's O&M plans for all of the different recharge basins. The infiltrator the infiltrator swale, the leach pit for the foundation drain, and also the Cultec chambers, how often they have to be cleaned, how they can be policed, who to report these notes to, who's responsible for which one, Unit 1 for the unit on that side, Unit 2 for the other. The thing that didn't get changed by me is there's some numbering inside the building. The length of the building should be 36, and it showed 37. It grabbed the outside of the foundation drains and stuff and did an automatic label. Also, the middle of the building shows a 38. That should be 36. And there should be dimensions shown of the minimum size for the parking spaces inside the building, so they'll qualify. Those could be part of the condition if we did get that far. The silt fencing was extended further in the front so as to get past where the swales were being incorporated into the ground. And also in the back, we went 2/3 of the way up the backyard with silt fencing for erosion control. There's a set of 7 or 8 construction notes up in the top right corner. Those are all in specifically for they hadn't been on any other notes, and they talk about where different things are on the site. Those are the majority of the things that we changed on the plan.
Wonderful.
All right. Did you, I did forward some other comments about, you mentioned about the garage sizes to meet the minimum requirement to count it as a parking space.
10 and a half, yes.
Yes, so that would have to be the architectural design also.
You got a time to, change the size. I can address that later. If you go, get approved somehow, then I can get it addressed right away.
And then the plans that were submitted had optional elevations, front elevation as well as a roof flaming plan, so we wanted to also, if pending whatever passes, doesn't pass, wanted to be able to choose what those are, so that there's an expectation of knowing what the design is.
I guess I'm ready for any questions from the board.
Okay.
Okay. Nick, do you want to talk about your comments specifically? It might be easier than just me reading them. It sounds like some of your comments, which have gone on for 3 meetings, some of them still haven't been addressed.
Yeah, I think Jeff Hillman is on the call here. Jeff,
Yeah, let me promote Jeff to a panelist. Hold on, so that he can get right on, or Dan. Can,
all right.
Hold on, or Dan can do it. What am I doing here? Participants, Jeff. Promote to panelist. Oh, I might have done. Oh, there we go. Okay, Jeff. Now you're a panelist. You can speak when you need to.
Yes, so pertaining to the comments, so DPW has done, I believe, 4 revisions of comments for this, including an in-person meeting in engineering with Mr. Sadowski. We went over several of the comments that we had from previous meetings, tried to walk through some of them with him and give him a general sense of what he needed to try to complete for our comments. One thing that I've noticed with these plans, there's still errors throughout that were specifically related to some of the comments that myself and my coworkers had mentioned to him in that in-person meeting and prior to in the revisions from the previous 4 comments previous 4 revisions that we sent to him. Just pertaining to this project, there's just errors throughout that are comments that we've addressed. We've tried to work with him, and it just seems that every time we work with him, the errors still persist. So.
Okay. Well, we'll forward the comments on, and they're going to have to be addressed before. They're going to have to be addressed. I mean, obviously, especially if multiple, attempts have been made to correct them and they haven't been made, then there's a disconnect somewhere. So.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks.
Does the board members have any comments at this time? We're going to open up to. Okay.
I'm concerned about where you're going to put that snow. It looks like you're going to put your snow right in front of your front door. And after the 2 feet of snow that we just had, I'm imagining like a 4-foot pile of snow in front of your building.
Probably like every other lot in Fitchburg.
So does it show any snow storage on the plan?
Yeah, it
I do
shows
show
on,
some.
hold on, let me pull it back up. I switched over to that, and hold on. I keep pausing the share so I can do other things, and then I forget to.
I show a 10 by 10, or Mr. Case, excuse me, Mr. Burke shows a 10 by 10 area there, and we also show another one over there. I don't want to push it over against the neighbor's property line or show that as an area to push it. And on the other side, there's trees. We could remove the trees,
So
and then we could push the snow into there.
the DPW, one of their comments is, DPW engineering addressed the concern with the snow storage, which measures on average 10 foot by 10 foot. Engineering noted this area could be filled up easily during an early season storm. At that point, what would be the solution for snow removal and/or storage? Mr. Sadowski indicated the snow would be trucked off-site at the property owner's expense.
That could be put in the decision. It was written, it's been on the plans since the second revision, but for some reason, engineering doesn't seem to notice that.
Okay, easy.
Hey, Paul, do you mind if I comment on that?
Sure.
I think the concern that DPW engineering has expressed is that a property owner is not going to pay someone to haul snow off of this site. You can condition out all you want in a letter of conditions. It's just our observation in dealing with snow removal every year for the past however many years that the city of Fitchburg has existed is that private property owners do not do that unless it's a commercial or industrial site. So I think it is a solution, yes, but it's not a realistic or viable solution. It's not that DPW engineering ignored the fact that there's a 10 by 10 square for snow storage on the plan. DPW engineering does not agree that the solution that's being proposed between the 10 by 10 storage area and then the option of trucking on site, off site, is a realistic solution. So that's the comment.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification.
Through the chair, if we did remove the couple trees on the right-hand side, we'd be able to push snow up there and up on the side of the house. And I guess we could push it down on that infiltrator swale because it's going to be frozen. So we could just have the trucks push through the grass and push the snow up into that area. I can expand the bubble to show it going there, and they can just push across the lawns.
Oh, you'd have to show that on an amended plan. You'd have to show that on an amended plan.
Yes. That could be a condition if you like, or we can show it on an amended plan. Whatever the board's pleasure.
We'll come back to board questions too.
Yeah,
Any board member virtually have any questions on the proposed plans? There is also the revised elevations. Just want to put that up there, so.
No. Oh, that's in the wrong folder.
Yeah. I like to mention, we've
So this-
hopefully starting a new trend, and we're able to put the materials online for the hearing, so that they're should be up there for all the public to see. So as Paul's looking through those folders, those same folders are available online.
So that is in fact the front rendering of the house that the driveways now match up to. And they were done that way so that we would avoid taking out trees in the front yard. Previously, the driveway, both garages were going to be on the left-hand side of each unit. But if we did do that, we would have had to remove trees, and we didn't want to do that.
Okay.
But if we have to for snow storage, we will.
And that's the slide where I said, which design are you choosing, the one on the left or the right?
No,
If
that's
the-
the design. That's the design on last. You not accept,
Oh,
That's the actual,
yeah, that's the actual, yeah, it is. It's two types of,
I actually like it.
Okay.
I like the fact that it's unique in both units look a little bit different. That's my personal preference. I was going to wait till
I thought,
public comment.
to me,
but
since they
I think
were-
that looks with brick veneer. I think that's a pretty sharp looking building.
So as they were stock plans, I was kind of, I guess, a little bit confused, because then it was showing different roof lines as well, because they weren't identical.
no, that is the actually how it's going to look.
I mean, if the board wants them mirrored, I'm sure they would. I thought this was unique. I thought it's a little bit different.
Well, I thank you for for clarifying.
Oh, no problem.
And there is a grass strip between the two garages, right?
No, it's actually going to be a landscaped.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be a landscape with
something
mulch,
to-
and there's
separate.
plantings that are shown on the addendum sheet. They call it the type of species that are hardy for New England in the Northeast.
Okay.
That being said, I'll wait till after public comment
Okay.
to get into my
And
comments.
just anybody online? Paul? Alex, or any questions at this time? All right. Now, we're going to open up to a public hearing for the public aspect of the meeting. So if you...
I want to mention about the bedrooms we changed from 3 to 2. We made a change to 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms.
They are. Before. My notes said they were all 2-bedroom units.
Yeah, they said because before we came in January it was 3.
Okay.
And we changed tomorrow, so it was
Perfect.
all.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? So the 2-bedroom units, is there anything else that's changed that you want to make note of?
No, it's a 2 masters there. Going to be a 2 masters, on the second floor.
So is that 2.5 bath then? If they're
Yes.
Yeah, so half bath on the first floor, 2 full baths if there's 2 masters, right?
2 masters, right.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
All right.
And their condos.
Yeah. So they're going to be sold to individual unit owners.
Individual,
Yep. So not rented.
No rented,
Yep. Good.
So-
I like it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Derek Cruz, 5451 Newsnock Road, Ward 6 City Councilor in the city of Fitchburg. I just want to start by saying that my comments are in no way personal towards the developer or Mr. Sadowski or Mr. Silva. I appreciate the effort that they've done here to try to make this work, sincerely. My concerns are still the same as the letter will say, and to those watching on Zoom, I don't have a letter for you, but the thing that I hope you'll take home is that this was signed by 18 people in the neighborhood, in the surrounding area, who do not want to see this development built. Every abutter has signed it, and we know if you knock on doors and people answer, it's a very old-fashioned thing. They're very wary. But when I showed them all and gave them all a copy of the letter, they signed in a heartbeat, and they said, thank you for doing this. So I know I can't have hearsay here, but I hope you'll trust that all of the abutters have signed that letter that they do not want to see this property built. And the truth is simple. It's because, with all due respect, it's a square peg in a round hole. They can, continue to come back with more plans, but DPW doesn't have it working. The neighborhood doesn't have it working. And as the city councilor who represents these residents, I don't have it working. In the winter, I deal with calls because we can't get the plows up there. It's an incredibly difficult street, incredibly difficult neighborhood to plow. This added congestion is going to make it impossible. And I know we're having a garage, but you can't tell me that there won't be more cars parked on the street. In addition to that, the trucks, the waste management trucks, they miss yard waste pickup, they miss the trash pickup. The street is incredibly difficult. It's no one's fault. It's not DPW's fault. It's just an incredibly difficult, narrow street. And we're putting a development there that does not belong. It just doesn't belong there. And again, it's nothing personal, but I have a duty to the constituents that I serve to make this abundantly clear to the board and to everyone listening that the neighborhood simply does not want this, and it's our responsibility to take what they have to say to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes. Please just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Paula DeMatarosian, and I live at 85 Lunenburg Street, which corners Wilmot Street. And I've lived at that area for 66 years. And in those 66 years, I have never seen any disruption or disturbances on my street. We've lived peacefully on that street, all single-family homes on a very narrow street. I've seen so much has happened over the years, and, I can visualize what will happen with this development. First of all, I like the drawing, but however, not on Wilmot Street, unfortunately, because where that is situated, it is situated at an area where it is steeping down. The only thing that I'm uncomfortable about because of the garage, you're stating that a two-car garage, one for each unit, and then one to be parked outside. I can assure you, those units individually look very small. And I can guarantee you that that garage door will not be used for a car. It will be used for storage space, if anything, because of, if you have families going in there. I've seen it on a lot of condo units, if that's what you're proposing, condo units, where they're very small and their cars are parked outside, but inside is all storage because they don't have the space. We can't guarantee how many people are going to be there. We can't guarantee how many cars are going to be there. I can guarantee that the parking will be not in front of that house at all. It will be front of Ms. Jarvie's house or the people across the street, my driveway or whatever. I can assure you, depending on the amount of cars, it will be very narrow. They'll be parked on both sides or whatever. And there's no way that they can park their vehicles in front of that house, at all, because how are they going to get in and out of there and so forth? So they have no choice but park in front of other neighbors' houses and so forth. I mean, not that anybody owns the street or all, but I can see that because if somebody wants to do yard work in front of their homes, they can't if there's an individually parked there all the time, and we can't guarantee that. As you know, on top of Wilmot Street, it turns into Prescott Street, which again has a multi-housing there. And as you can see, it's very tight parking there, and there's parking on both sides. I mean, and you could see it's very, very tight to get through with vehicles, whether it's a DPW truck or even a school bus, because school buses do go up that street. There are children that live up there. So I can hear the tooting of the horns all the way to my house, which is at the bottom of the street. So I know that they're not able to get by just by the horn when they're tooting. My other concern is if and when there is any developing on this property, if any construction whatsoever, the workers are going to be all over our street, up and down our street. We definitely won't be able to go up and down our street at all, for sure. When they were there just doing the perking or whatever testing they were doing, we had some issues there too. Miss Jarvie, she couldn't get in and out of her driveway because there were major vehicles parked in front of her driveway, and so forth. So my recommendation is that you would make it a stipulation to make an agreement with the city of Fitchburg to park the workers, if there should be construction, at the former Peter Battery, because right now Peter's Battery is vacant. So they could make some kind of an agreement with the city of Fitchburg, probably get some money out of it too, some revenue for that, for parking the vehicles, because I can assure you, I definitely don't want these vehicles parked in front of my property at all. I don't think Ms. Jarvie does, or nor does any of my other neighbors too as well. And those are my only concerns. I can go and rehash, which I have in the last 3 times. But like I said, in 66 years, I have not seen any disturbances. I can see it now. So that's about it. If there is construction going on, Ms. Jarvie's house is a cute little cape. Put a single home there as well. So I wouldn't mind seeing a single family home the same size as Ms. Jarvie's on that property. At least we can have some control on our very quaint street, But with a duplex or 2 condos, no, I don't. I don't see it at all, because a condo can easily be rented out too. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Comments? Ms. Jarvie.
I'm Cheryl Jarvie. I'm the owner of 12 Wilmot Street. And I hope you had time to read my recap. I always send documents because I'm a writer, but you probably found typos. So I'm not going to bore you with the whole recap of what I sent off, but I actually have some new material. So I wanted to say that I will be brief this time too, but I wanted to talk about parking in a different light the world is changing. Economic hardship is happening everywhere. Lots of youth, young people are moving back with parents. And youth, teenagers, buy cars. So even if you have one or two, a couple moving in, it's a possibility there will be extra cars. There will also be visitors. There'll be long-term visitors, like someone ends up in an economic downturn and needs to crash at someone's house for a while. This is happening in the world and in low-income places. I just wanted to remind you of that. What's the occupancy really going to be like? I didn't talk about crime before. But we've talked about Prescott Street, the perpendicular street to us, has a lot of old tenement houses, multi-stories, of which there's a long history of crime there, which I'm sure you can verify with the police department. And it's kind of a natural, Prescott Street isn't really part of the Wilmont Street tiny neighborhood. That's what I said to Paul last week. But we do have unofficial crime watch people who are following suspicious people around in their trucks and watching. And we found that both with our Wilmont Street, I accompanied Mr. Cruz on surveying our neighbors, and we found that I've noted that the people on Prescott Street who were owner-occupied, who were beginning to invest money, they were equally worried about crime and blight. And so increasing the numbers is a consideration. And again, just as a neighborhood, I'll speak for myself. I remember when I was doing yard work in front of the house, there were a number of 2 young women who, in cold weather, were wearing mini skirts and too much makeup for my taste and seemed to have negative attitudes. Who knows what they were doing. But I insisted that they say hello to me. How you doing? And I just pushed it up. And it was like to teach them how to be neighborly, but I was also trying to protect my property and myself, because were they going to be breaking into my house to get $20 for whatever they may need to purchase? So I want to say that people are concerned about crime. I also wanted to shift a bit and say, I understand the homeless problem in terms of the country, Massachusetts, and here. I understand that Fitchburg's a gateway city that doesn't have enough resources compared to the rest of the state. And I don't believe that adding this 2-family house here is going to impact that problem. And as I understand it, the Pete's Battery at the bottom of the hill, the property, I think the city took it over. I understand that there's going to be mixed income housing there, and I'm not going to object to that. But a large-scale development is going to make a bigger impact than one that's just going to hurt a neighborhood, I believe. I want to note that on the signatures, just every person on Wilmont Street and their spouses, partners, co-owners signed that with willingness, except for 23 Wilmont Street, which appears to be vacant. It appears that it's an absentee landlord who doesn't live there. And we did have people, the abutters on Lawrence Street who go back to them, and the people aside and people directly in front. So it's not just me who isn't happy about this. And those owners of those properties want to plant their geraniums and make their houses look attractive. And that's what we would all want. I guess I want to say it's the seriousness of the decision. I know that you're busy. There will be multiple houses and other things that you will have to do. But whatever decision gets made on this board, you are impacting a lot of people and families who are committed to their neighborhood and committed to their houses, and will be living with it for a long time. I find that picture attractive too. But I also looked at, the only plan I saw was the utility plan, and I noted that the whole side of both sides of the house had no windows, looking like a jail. So you can sit in my backyard and look at a jail because there's no windows. So I also would like, these are people who are not from Fitchburg who are proposing this. And, I hope you will consider the will of the people who live there and have paid taxes here and have brought up their children here. And I do have a question about accountability. And it's if there's some condition, I know we've heard two-family and duplex, and yes, we'll do a condo. I have the what-if question. The developer sells it to perhaps an investor. No one wants to buy it. They can't afford it, or it just doesn't sell because the mortgage rates are too high or inflation is too high. Do they get to just say, well, we can't sell it, so let's just rent it? And am I supposed to go and say, are you a renter? Did you just buy this property? Who follows that up? I don't know the answer to that.
Zoning enforcement officer is the answer to that question.
Yeah.
It would be a permit condition, so if it were rented, it's $300 fine a day.
Yeah. Okay. So that's just it. Other than I want to say, I think I forgot to sign the petition, but perhaps you know where I stand.
I think you were the last name, I think.
Was I? I did sign it?
The last name on the first page, I think. Is that what I saw?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 12 Wilmot? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, last one on the first page.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions for me? And I hope you will read what I sent for my
We
recap.
read everything.
Yes,
Trust me, we
Everybody
read everything.
reads everything.
But thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. Multiple times. Yeah. All right. Any further comment from the public at this time?
Jeff has his hand raised.
Jeff?
Go ahead, Jeff, unless that was for something else.
No, I apologize. So I'd like to add to the parking, parking concerns. So I believe on the site plan, it called for that each unit would have 3 parking spots, one of which was the garage under, 2 of which would be parking in the driveway. My professional opinion, looking at the dimensions of the driveway, it would not be adequate to fit 2 average-sized vehicles. So at some point, one of the vehicles would be hanging over into what would be Wilmot Street. And so that also is addressed in the engineering and DPW concerns and comments. And I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
Dave, how long is it from the driveway to the end of the property line, not to the right-of-way, to the property line?
I believe it's labeled 21 feet. The house could be moved back on the lot.
Okay. Well, then that probably would be the solution, because you are going to need at least 2D parking. If we run into a scenario like one of the neighbors was saying, where someone uses their garage for their storage or whatever else, we want to make sure that there's still 2 parking spaces. And one of the biggest issues we have with a lot of properties are people, especially when we reinstitute a 2 or 3 family use, when you have people that their parking driveways aren't deep enough, where the back of their car is over the sidewalk or into the street, we can't have that. So it'll have to be moved back far enough where you have adequate length for 2 spaces for 2 cars, which would be probably at least 30 feet.
It's 3 feet from each structure and 3 feet from each property line.
Through the chair, we did have the house way back, and nobody liked all the impervious in the front. So
Well, there was an issue with impervious in the
before it was a
front.
sea of pavement. The first plan was
I understand that.
36 feet wide.
I understand that.
That was the problem, not how far back the house was. It was having a driveway that was 4 car widths wide.
I think it also recommended that the driveway be put along the side of the house, so you could have that whole length.
My original
and not put it
suggestion,
all in the front.
which would have solved a lot of concerns, was you do what we do with a lot of multis, where you have parking around the building, where you could do snow storage in the back. You have drive under garage or something like that where you have park. But I'm not going to rehash this whole thing, because that's how we got to where we got now. When we originally talked about this, that was the first suggestion I gave 5 months ago or whenever it was. So, but that being said, the whole point is we need at least 2 spaces per unit on site. especially in the event that, that I was under the impression it was further, but I think part of the problem looking at this is there's so much going on. The site plan has so many notes, it's hard to see end of property line, and then you have curb stop, and then you have a benchmark there with a dotted line. I can't tell what's the end of the right-of-way, beginning of pavement, beginning of property line. They're all over the place. So it's hard to, so I just assumed they were deep enough, but I appreciate the DPW comment to let me know that they weren't, so.
Through the chair, since they are two-bedroom units, I believe only 2 cars are really called for.
We understand what's required, but even a number of months ago,
We'll move the house.
concern about having more parking on the lot was brought up.
My concern is the trees. If we move back, we have to cut trees. I'm
No.
gonna try to avoid.
There's no trees behind the property.
No,
shown on your site plan.
that's not true.
There's no trees behind the house.
That's not true. If we were to put driveways up the side of the house, we would have had to remove trees.
Yeah, right, you're right.
That's what the trees problem is. We located all the trees. We
Yeah,
asked to, we
there's
did.
none behind it on your
We
site
asked to
plan.
do tests, and we did.
Right, it was more double-wide car parking on the side going towards the rear, so that you'd have no parking up in the front, it'd be on the side, and it would be for at least 2-car wide, and however far back to fit a volume of vehicles and snow storage.
We also,
Not a driveway on each side of the house, just one side.
how we got to where we got was that you have one driveway for each unit, so it looks like the neighborhood does, where you don't just have, sea of pavement 24 feet wide, and that's why we had the landscaping flavor.
If I could speak, if we moved the house so the driveways could go up on the side, the house would have been almost on top of Cheryl's. We were trying to save the trees as a buffer.
Yeah. No, I know.
We were
And
trying to
again, I'm
save the
saying,
trees as a buffer.
Dave, stop. I'm saying we know how you got to where you got today. Just push the building back and make the driveway long enough for 2 cars.
We'll push it back another 9 feet.
I don't know that that's really the solution here either.
Well, I mean, I think at least as far as fitting the 2 cars too deep, that's how you solve that one problem. Again, I'm tackling one problem at a time.
With the present configuration.
Right,
Just
I'm
saying,
tackling one
there's an
problem
awful
at a
lot of house on the lot.
Mm-hmm.
For that. So, that being said, let's have some board discussion on the proposal. What's before us this evening? Feedback on thoughts on what's in front of us.
So,
and from the public comment.
if you want, so I did some research because we've talked a lot about, the neighborhood and density and, whether this is a unit that's, in harmony with the neighborhood. So within 200 feet of the property, there's 39 lots. 4 of those 39 are commercial. And I had to split off some lots, like Slatters is too big, so I left it out. But 4 of the 39, give or take, were commercial. 17 were two or more units. So 44% of the units within 200 feet of this project were 2 or more units. If you add in the 2 or more units in commercial, 51.9%, 51.3%, I don't have my phone up now, were non-single family, were commercial or 2-family units. Now, and again, almost all of those were 2 and 3 family. I don't even think, there wasn't one 4-family in there. So they're all 2 and 3 family, and then there's singles. Now, certainly the most important thing to factor in for the neighbors is the 4 properties directly abutting it are all single family, to the south, to the north, to the east, and to the west. However, as you take one step further back, there's just as many multis as there are singles. And when I say one step further back, I mean when you go one property further on each side, there's on the other side on Lawrence, there's a single, a 2, on Prescott, there's a 2, a 3, a 2, a 2, a 3, a 1, a 1, so on and so forth. And then Wilmot is 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. That doesn't include, I couldn't tell the one at the bottom, the rug. The assessor says it's a commercial with 2 units. It's 1 unit? Yeah, I couldn't tell because with commercial it's confusing. It said 2 units. I couldn't tell if that was 1 unit was the commercial, 1 unit was the house. So I didn't include that in the I didn't include any of the commercial mixed uses in the original 44%. My point was that percentage is significantly higher than the average neighborhood in Fitchburg as far as predominant use of multis. So it is part of the neighborhood. It is the norm in the neighborhood. The other thing that I brought up a few times was this zoning map, which we changed, let's see if I can bring it up here, which we edited a little bit. Oh, I think I have the wrong one. Hold on. New share.
The lot itself is zoned neighborhood business district.
Yes, so, okay.
This is why the proposal is before us. If it was actually zoned, I believe it's at RC, that is the brown that you see there. That is up to two-family by right if you have the lot size dimensions. Why it's here is because neighborhood business district requires a special permit if you want to put residential in it. In that regard, commercial gets a preference over residential at that. But it was probably not precluded. You see, it was part of the parcel previously, so then it was divided, makes it, a separate lot. So the lot size itself it would support, I guess, it would support the size. Again, could be up to a two-family by right if it was zoned that way, but it's not zoned that way, so it's up to the board via a special permit to see what's appropriate for the lot.
I was merely trying to say that had the property been subdivided previously, and when we look at lots that are subdivided, you try and figure out what zoning district they're better suited in. I would think this property and 3 Lawrence Street would have been rolled into Res C, which means we would have had no control over what the building looked like and where the parking is and all of that stuff. I think it's a benefit that they're here today because we can add those conditions. However, I also think it's very much in keeping with the neighborhood.
Okay, other board members? And we'd like to speak?
I disagree. I don't think it does go with the neighborhood. It does look like a really nice place. But I think it would look even nicer if it was a single family and there was, like, you would have adequate space to put your snow and to put your cars, and instead of trying to jam 2 families into a place that would comfortably fit 1. And that's just my opinion.
Okay. Tracy?
I mean, I went up the area, and it is, like, right around the corner is a lot of multis. It is a lot of on one property. I don't know. I'm
still thinking about it?
Yeah.
Lynn?
I'm kind of with Tracy. I'm very torn about it. That is a small area. I think we have to take into account some, obviously, the fact that the entire neighborhood is against it. I'm also concerned about the fact that there's been recommendations by DPW that haven't been followed. So I need more time to think about it.
Okay. Alex?
I'm leaning more with Paul. I think this would fit in that area. I'm sympathetic to the neighbors and their concerns. I think with some of the things that we're adding on as part of the process to get it built, I think it should go there.
All right.
Just to follow up on Lynn, when the DPW comments, I mean, those have to be addressed before. Okay, so
No, and I more or less said it as a concern if they're not doing what DPW's requesting.
Right
now, we've always had enforcement problems with conditions that we put on. So if they're not responding to DPW right now, and then we put all these conditions on, and it's out of our hands, I mean, we have trouble enforcing our conditions. So that's more or less what I was thinking. If we're having this difficulty now, when it gets built and it becomes more difficult to kind of get our hands around what's going on, then it might set a bad precedent.
All right.
I think the thing that is most important too is that these are going to be single family units. When we talk about condo units, they're single family units. They're individual units. The applicant has already agreed to. One of my initial stipulations was because I agree, when you have especially large scale multifamily properties with a lot of bedrooms, you can have issues with parking and vacancy and issues that go along with it. When you have a property like this where you have a duplex that it's going to be two individual owners that have a stake in not only how nice their individual site is kept, but their neighborhood as well. I think this is a good end result. I think that we can certainly make it, and like I said, the applicant had already agreed to this in principle. We solidify that by saying that the units cannot be rented, that the stipulation that they cannot be rented be a deed restriction, and that they be marketed and sold as single units. I think that solves those issues of like I said, vacancy and people not taking an active interest in how well the property's upkept. There's also, certainly can be a stipulation, but in just about every master deed that I've seen for condominium units, there's going to be stipulations in there that the unit owners are responsible to keep the properties in certain condition so that they're not in significant amount of disrepair. And they do that for protection for one unit owner versus the other unit owner, so that one person doesn't, cause damage to the property or not keep up their side or things like that. So I think the neighbor beautification in this particular instance, I think it should only, it certainly shouldn't detract from the upkeep of the neighborhood.
I guess my perspective, of course the elevations look great. But we do rely on, and at least I do rely on the public comment, particularly to help shape projects as well. And I even though it's two-family could be appropriate for the location, the 4 abutting homes are single-family. So it's still determining whether or not the appropriateness and the size and the scope is appropriate for the. And we did hear a lot of abutting comments, so that helps to let you, that weighs on me for that. So that being said, any further feedback, as there are, looks like there's still plans, are still not up to spec for DPW. There are issues with snow removal. There are still issues with trying to resolve some of the parking. For the parking for this, if the two-family was to move forward with that. So I think it's appropriate to try to give some feedback to the developer for what it is the board might be looking for. At this time, otherwise you can say, hey, we don't have enough information, please come back, he's going to move the house, and other things. So if that's what the board wants to see, then that's what move forward on. I know the boards, we don't have to make a final decision this evening. The applicants heard some of the comments.
I would love to have an answer today, if it's possible, because I want to move on with changes in the cost, been costing a lot to us, even the architectural way, and then the engineer as well. So at least know where we're going to. I'm more than happy to go forward, change them all, did all the addendums, all the changes, and bring up to you guys in the next meeting, if it's possible. We need to know at least a light that we can, go forward. I did everything that was asking to us in January. Change them all, 2 bedrooms, and did as much as we could. I know it's a few changes that have to get addressed still, but, see what it can do for us.
We did ask to see what a single family would look like on the lot too.
Right. Yeah. I'm telling you, I don't have that yet. I was planning to, like I said, I offered a attached single house there. It's a attached single house. It is a single. I know it's a side by side, but it's going to be selling as individuals, so it's not going to be for rentals. No, either investors. That's the plan, not to rent. That's why I'm working on with the architect to change that and drop down the 100 bedrooms. So that meaning that it's going to be only for homeowners not for renters. That's
So even,
main.
I'll have to say, when looking at the plans, my preference would have been the first one, where it looked like a single-family home, where they were stacked and you had a driveway on the side and not the front. So it would blend in with the neighborhood versus this is lovely looking, but it's awfully large. It's something with a smaller footprint, potentially. That's just some thoughts I had.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I mean, I certainly understand what the applicant's asking for, that, you know, I'll defer to what the board wants to do. I mean, I'm ready to vote, but I get the sense from some of the board comment that some people might not be. You know, I can defer to the rest of the board. If they think that any changes that we've talked about tonight will impact their decision, then I can understand that. If they're changes for the sake of changes and it's going to be the same decision they would make either way, and again, just a reminder, I think that the two principal changes we're talking about, other than you know, what might be some of the other, you know, technical aspects listed in the DPW letter, were modifying the garage sizes that were shown on the plans, that they're adequate sizes for car parking, address the department review comments to the satisfaction of them, which is going to be a standing condition either way, showing larger snow storage area that's adequate on site, and that's it. I mean, unless I'm missing something, that's all I have. And none of those, I think, aside from the fact that no matter what we vote, if we vote, the vote would include larger snow storage area, addressing department review comments, and modifying the garage sizes. So I don't think it would change anyone's vote, but, you know, I'll let everyone speak for themselves.
All right. Bearing that in mind, board members have any further, what they'd like to see on this, for this proposal?
I'm ready to. I'm ready to vote.
Alin?
I mean, with considering what Paul said, I could vote tonight.
All right. And Alex, you were already probably leaning with Paul. And Amanda?
Oh, I can vote.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We think we have enough information. I don't think.
Did you want to vote on the closing, or are we talking?
Well, let's see. We can vote on closing the hearing. We have 1, 2, Paul, Pete's not here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So vote's been made to close the hearing.
He recused himself, that's right.
Yeah, yeah,
I forgot about that.
right. So just be aware, for a special permit, you need 5.
Supermajority, 5 of 6.
All right. So hearing is, there's a vote to close the hearing. Is there a second?
I believe there was.
Yeah, second.
Oh, there was a second. Thank you. I'm like, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say oppose.
Aye.
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 All right. Now we have a further discussion, or we're just going to go to what Paul had mentioned for conditions.
If there's an affirmative motion, which I plan to make in a moment, it would be based upon these things. And Paul, if you have extra, I'm certainly more than happy to add them, or at least we can add them after the fact. What we just talked about: modify the garage sizes per Paula's original comments, address any department review comments to their satisfaction, showing larger snow storage area, as well as an additional stipulation, although I understand what DPW is saying, it doesn't hurt to have it in there, that if excess snow is present on site, that it needs to be removed from the site. Snow can't block sight lines and can't be, plowed onto the city street or sidewalk or within the right-of-way. So all of those will be part of it. That the units be individual condo units for sale, that they not be rented, and that it to be deed restricted as such. that one of the ones we talked about, which I don't think is a big deal, but we talked about 2 months ago, was that there be no third floor areas, so that there's no future possibility of future third bedrooms or anything like that. So no third floor is finished or unfinished. Vinyl fence to be, which is now it's on the right property. It's on your property now. Vinyl fence on your property between abutters. Move the spaces so that they're deep enough for two cars deep. Subject to the property being built per the elevations provided, and that the units be 2-bedroom maximum only. Did I fade anything?
The only thing, I don't think it's vinyl, I think it's cedar. I don't know if that.
What's that?
I thought it was a cedar fence.
It says that on the plan. Okay. We talked about in January that it to be vinyl. I just don't think the plan ever got changed.
Okay.
It's in the minutes and it's in my comments, so I know I said it in the public meeting. Okay. So,
Yeah, you did right.
Yep. You are right, though. I saw that too. It says, it says wood cedar fence or something on the plan. That obviously needs to be changed. The plan, there's a bunch of typos on the plan. Someone needs to go over it and make the revisions that DPW noted, plus the ones that we're talking about now.
All right, is that a motion?
I'll put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Alin?
Opposed?
Alex?
Aye.
Amanda?
Opposed.
Tracy?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And opposed?
The 3-3?
Yes. Motion does not carry.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the vote, too.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, guys.
All right. That there.
Oh, I can stop sharing my screen for a minute.
Carrie, doesn't mean the project doesn't pass.
Oopsie.
It's just.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, where did I put my water?
Okay.
One moment. The next item we have is special permit and site plan review for True Storage LLC at 432 John Fitch Highway, conversion of 88,000 square foot of existing plaza to self-storage facility, continued from our February meeting.
Evening, folks. Madam Chair, as Attorney Avini representing the applicant, True Storage LLC. I've got Josh Sullivan with me tonight and Michael Malinowski, who's the principal engineer. Josh is from True Storage. We were here back in February with the initial petition and a set of plans. I would suggest we probably had a lengthy discussion with the board about some changes the board wanted to see, some modifications. So Josh is going to present some changes and modifications we made to the plan. Again, this is a special permit to repurpose the property in a commercial zone to self-storage. So what I'd like to do is have Josh come up. He's going to plug in and start his presentation. And then instead of me speaking a long period of time, I'll have Josh make his presentation, and then we'll let the board ask questions, and we'll go from there.
Good evening, board. Good to see you again. Am I able to plug in an HDMI directly right here?
I believe so. Dan? Why don't you try and we'll see what happens. I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, he's got you ready. You just plug it in. Is there?
Yep, right here.
There you go.
All right.
Is there anything you'd like us to pull up on the screen?
He's doing it. That's what he's asking for.
Yep, I'll be able to share my screen right for you guys. So I know I did have a PowerPoint presentation prepared for you all last time. There are a couple duplicate slides, but the majority of what I'm going to go over are new changes that we made. I did just want to mention, at the end of last meeting, I left you with a comment, we want to be good neighbors. We want to work with the community, and I think that's exactly what we're doing here and why we're in front of you again tonight. We came in with our original proposal, obviously converting the entirety to storage. Obviously, that was not the will of the board, and you wanted to see more of a retail presence there given the corridor, but obviously some significant improvements had to be made to the building itself given its current condition to get it in a marketable state to draw some retailers in there. So I'll show you some changes that we made to appease those requests, and I think we came back with a really good solution here. So again, I know I referenced this last time, just again want to indicate the vast need and pent-up demand for storage in Fitchburg. We've done a vast amount of due diligence and market research to confirm that, it's less than 25% of a balanced market for climate-controlled storage. And there was a comment last time about, I forget which board member made it, but they didn't want to encourage members of the community to go out and buy things needlessly just to store them. That's not, what our typical customers are. They don't see our facility and try to go find items and use them for storage. Understand we're in a materialistic consumer world, but these are existing, items that people have for businesses. Most often it's files, items of inventory, things of that nature. For consumers, it can be anything from personal artwork, musical instruments. A lot of people store their seasonal decorations for whatever reason. That seems to be a very common item put in there, Christmas decorations, luggage, things of that nature. So they're very much things that people already own and possess, just taking up space where they don't want it. So they want to find an alternative solution for that. Again, just reinforcing, we really put together at the top of the line Class A facility, not a typical self-storage industrial barbed wire surrounded facility. Again, I know these are a couple images which you've already seen, so I won't go over them in too much depth, but just to remind you of how clean our facilities are, how welcoming they are to the public. And this area right here I want to harp on. Specifically, not only is this, a place where a member of the public can come in and sign up for a unit specifically, but it's also open to any member of the public for a retail perspective. We sell moving and packaging materials, so you don't have to be a customer of ours. You can come in, buy packaging tape, boxes, things of that nature. So it does serve a minor retail component just from that office perspective. And these are, again, just some interior images. I know you've seen these, but just, again, want to reinforce how important it is to keep a nice, clean, safe facility. And, talking about security, I know this was something that's brought up, and it's typically brought up in facilities. We go above and beyond the industry standard. We have cameras every which way, both on the interior and the exterior, which are continually monitored. And I put this side by side together. The left is typically a unit you might see at another facility, and the right is actually my personal unit that I have at one of our facilities. Just a much cleaner, bright, welcoming presence. You feel good about keeping your items there. They're safe, secure, and they're going to look exactly how you left them whenever you need to go access them again. So I wanted to add in some more additional existing pictures. I know everyone's seen the exterior of the site, and we had, one site view, but I went in and took some more interior photos to really show you the state of this property and what it's going to take for us the investment to bring these back up to, what they need to be to market to retailers. So again, obviously there's some significant water leaking from the roof. I'll go over our list of improvements, but the roof is one of the biggest improvements we plan to make to the center, is completely replacing that. Obviously they had some system here to catch the drippings, but a vast amount of water damage. Again, this is another former restaurant space. Had some significant deterioration. It's, standing on one leg. And that gives you a wider view of the larger space, which is currently vacant. Falling drop ceiling tiles, rodents.
Friendlies? Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably the most rough space we saw. Mm-hmm. So I just want to highlight some improvements we plan to make to the site. As I just mentioned, we're going to replace the entire roof. The interior of the units, everything you just saw, will be demoed out, cleaned, repainted fresh. They'll look like brand new spec spaces ready to lease to retailers. We also heard a comment last time that the facade improvements weren't to the level that you guys were hoping to see based on some of our other improvements. So we went back, worked with our architecture team, improved that for you guys, and I'll go over that in a little bit more detail. But you'll see that there's 3 new entry elements, kind of raised roof lines. You might see at other retail centers that we added in there, as well as entire new store entry glass entryways, which you'll see, which make it just much more of an elevated facility. We're going to be replacing all of the building lighting, bringing it up to code, making it more efficient and safe. We'll be replacing all the signage as well. Some things you might not notice, but on the back of the facility, there's a number of different transformers. There was a really convoluted electrical system installed originally, so we're going to be consolidating that, making it more efficient and safer, and removing some unneeded transformers to make that just a more efficient in general. Obviously, the parking lot has been a big topic of conversation. We plan to clean, repair, pave, fix the existing drainage. Flooding's been a historic problem there, but we're firmly committed to fixing all of that. In addition to the, landscaping will be added not only in the parking lot, but surrounding the site, which you'll see in a little bit. I have some slides that Mike Milanowski of the Civils team will walk you through. But that was another item that was brought up is, hey, we want to beautify this a little bit, not just the building, but the, property itself. Can we add some landscaping, which would also help with the flooding? I already mentioned the camera surveillance system. It's very much excessive, for lack of a better term, of what is typical of these facilities or any retailer in general. And I know that's a concern of the city, so we wanted to address that. And something else I mentioned last time, but there was also environmental concerns on site that we are already addressing. There was an abandoned oil tank that was left above ground at the rear of the facility. We've already removed that. We're in the process of working with environmental professionals to make sure that is safe and remediated and any contaminated soil nearby is removed. So again, these are just a handful of things that we plan to improve or are already in the process of improving on site. So this is a view of the future retail centers that we went back and proposed. Originally, this was all storage, and we obviously want to come back with you with some more retail presence. So this might be a little different, actually, from the plans which were resubmitted to you guys. I think they only had 3 suites. These are 5-tenant suites. And as I mentioned, the office of the storage serves as a retail for moving packaging materials. So it's really 6 retail storefronts that you're going to have here added to the facility.
Could you read the square footage? I can't.
It's just over 11,000 total square feet.
And each of the units are approximately?
They're just about 2,000. They vary slightly, and I'll get into why we devised them that way, but there was very much a method and strategy behind cutting them up to that size. So these are the improved storefronts we were talking about. That is the raised roof line. We've done this at other facilities, and it looks great. It breaks up the lines. That's a little bit of dimension to it. Of course, those are just generic shoe store and shop signs, but you can get an idea of what type of retailer can fit in there. And you'll notice the new glass entryways, which are not there currently, as well as the brick around the footers there, brick detail. So again, these are just proposed renderings. This space could be adequate for a restaurant, coffee shop, pizza shop, as well as the storage entrance to the office, as I mentioned before. And here's a more zoomed in picture of the the floor plans of each of these. And we pulled these sizes off of another facility we have in Manchester, New Hampshire, which is actually devised exactly like this. It's retail in the front with storage in the rear. And we found these size suites to be really attractive to getting retailers that are active in the market right now, whether it be a small, like California Burrito, a nail and spa place, a tea and coffee shop. This size unit is really desirable for them. They're not looking for these large 4, 5, 6,000 square foot suites. So it's much easier for us to market and find users for this. As you guys know, the retail landscape is very difficult right now, across the country, but, Fitchburg's not immune to that.
I hope you also, sorry for the interruption,
no problem.
Looking at the width of the storefronts, because a lot of national retailers and others really look at that for, just carving up the space that be thought into that to be able to make them more marketable.
Yes, yep, we'd absolutely take that into consideration. So, what I will, mention a couple of times here, but, we're trying to mitigate our risk as much as we can. We know that there is demand for storage here, and that's why we originally came in with this, but retail is very competitive right now, and it's very difficult to sign up tenants. So this is a large risk we're taking, investing the money, building these to spec, hoping we can draw in some retailers. But that is why we designed them this way, to make them as attractive as possible to those retailers. So this is a previous site plan that was used to market it before we purchased it. You'll see the list of retailers on the left, including the Firestone across the street, the pad sites, and the existing retailers, which, again, I want to mention we're in the process of renewing all of their leases and maintaining all of that retail presence. There will be 17 retail uses at this site, 11 currently, 6 being added. There will be 17 uses.
Just to clarify, I'm just curious. I looked at the GIS image. Yeah, okay, you see it better here. This goes all the way from, just so everyone knows, because I wasn't even aware of this until I looked at the GIS image. It goes all the way from D'Angelo's all the way down to the old Pizza Hut, which is the urgent care.
Urgent care, correct.
Yeah. So it's a pretty significant piece of commercial stretch there. We have D'Angelo's, Rollstone, Aaron's, Enterprise, and urgent care.
So all
on this site.
Correct. And that is included in that count.
Yep. I just want to make it clear because even I wasn't aware. I'm involved in the city and in real estate. I was surprised.
Yep, it is an expansive site, and we all are also working on, I know it was brought up last time with Liz, we are working on a pad site development for a coffee shop. I didn't include that on the plans because nothing is signed yet, and we can't release the name. That will be done separately, but I do want to assure the board that we are actively marketing and working with retailers for a coffee shop, a national coffee shop in the park.
It would be nice.
We're talking about that now. Can't you just
show
block
pad
off
sites.
Spaces where future pad sites would go, so that we don't need to worry about this conversation is going to go in a direction where we're going to start talking about some of your landscaping ideas.
Yep.
And we don't even have to do that if you're going to say these are future pad sites.
I'll let Mike Milanowski mention that. He could show the landscaping plans and identify exactly the area we're talking about.
Yeah, because I mean, if we can show it on the plan, say we have anticipations that in the future this is going to be a separate pad site.
Yep.
I mean, from a planning perspective, we need to know about that. Even though you might not know the exact size, you know where it's going to go on the site, more or less.
We do, absolutely.
So block off the areas and say, these are future pad site areas.
We can do that, no problem.
Similar with the traffic flow, we did receive some comments yesterday with some very nice diagrams about some improvements to help with the traffic flow, not just some of the landscaping on the site.
Yes, I'll let Mike speak to that as well.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. This is the facility I was referencing earlier in Manchester, which is storage in the rear and retail in the front. This was a picture taken earlier on, but it is now fully occupied with retailers, as you can see, Firehouse Subs, Bubble Tea, Nail Spa Place. I have a couple pictures of the interior so you can see the layouts, which is what we based our division of the proposal on. So these are very, relatively smaller footprint, but they're very much in higher demand for retailers. So this is a Bubble Tea, Kung Fu Tea shop next door to a nail salon. Right here, this is actually a podiatrist, not office, but a foot arch support sole center. So they sell foot inserts for your shoes. The Army National Guard has a center there, or suite as well. And this is California Burrito. They're all vary from 35 to 50 feet deep, very small square footage requirements, and they do not need access to the rear. They take all of their inventory through the front. They don't need a loading dock in the back. These are very small users that have very small and limited deliveries, so they're fully able to function as a front-facing retailer. So I do want to touch on the existing vacancies within Fitchburg, the challenge that we're going to be faced with filling up these spaces. I think we did a great job of compromising and working with the will of the city to get some more retailers in there, but it's going to take a lot of effort on our part. This list right here is 12 facilities, over 75,000 square foot of vacancy retail space in Fitchburg right now. Every tenant that we're going to market to, we're going to have to compete against all of these buildings. Specifically, across the street, there's 8,000 square feet of vacancy across the street. And I know that was brought up last time. Hey, they had some great, improvements, development made there, which they did. They had a good facelift, which we kind of tried to mirror in some aspects, but I think we did a better job of upgrading the facility than what they did across the street. But, especially given the location, a lot of the other vacancies are on Main Street and other parts of the city. Any tenant who comes to look at our space is going to be looking at the space across the street also. So that's going to be a direct competitor we're going to have to deal with. I just want to emphasize that with the board that, we're willing to make this investment, but it's a big risk on our part. These are some other images, which again, we went over last time just to show you the quality of the product and its cohesiveness in a retail corridor. This one is storage on the left side, as you can see. Obviously, this has drive-up exterior storage, which we are not proposing here, but the right side of that center has retailers such as a pizza shop, a dry cleaners, and a wine and liquor store. These are some before and afters. Again, the top image is actually pretty similar to the status of Fitchburg currently. The bottom is what we've been able to turn it into, so very much confident that we can clean up and develop this site to a Class A facility. Again, this was another retail mall that we redeveloped into storage. Similar, former Gander Mountain, similar to a Cabela's or Bass Pro Shop in a retail center next to a Top supermarket, which we're in the process of converting to storage right now. And this is, again, another former Food Lion owned by Stop and Shop, went out of business with a Dollar Tree, a pizza store, and another retailer in there that we're converting to storage. That was a former retail center. This is another strip center very similar to Fitchburg. At the left side, you can see the Antique Mall was the vacant space. And this is what we were able to convert it to storage. And again, just a couple before and afters of really dilapidated buildings that we've been able to turn around, again, just to exemplify our capabilities. So that's all I have for you. I know you have some questions, more site-related, which I can leave to Mike, but if there are any operational questions or things related to the business itself, I'm happy to answer them.
When you talked a little bit about the parking lot,
yes,
and what you might be doing to the parking lot to improve it, there was something that you mentioned about it's a historic problem, and you're going to address it somehow. And of course, you're talking about the water issues down there.
Yes, yep.
Now, we all know that the city is going to be working on that also. Are you going to be working hand in hand with the city on this water issue, or do you have plans yourself that you're going to implement?
We do have solutions ourselves on site, which I'll let Mike speak to, but we also are more than willing and would love to work with the city to solve that flooding issue, because we heard that it's not just on our site, it crosses the street, and there are other sites that are implicated as well. So we'd be happy to collaborate in that effort.
On the self-storage aspect for the operations, is this something that you, your company personally will be operating, or are you going to develop it and sell that aspect of it and retain the development, or?
Nope. So we retain full ownership. We do use a third-party management, CubeSmart, which is what that sign rendered, is the person, the company that runs it, but they have no ownership stake. They just use the website, the marketing materials, handle the leases. They're the national brand that has the recognition, but we are the sole owner, responsible, accountable party for the property and business.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have a lot more site questions, so I guess I'll wait.
All right, well, I'll hand it off to Mike for right now, and I'm happy to pop back up if there's anything for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Michael Malinowski. I'm with Allen & Major Associates. I wasn't present at the last meeting. My colleague Robert Clark was, but it was relayed to me that the board had concern about sort of circulation on the property as well as landscaping. And what we have provided is we've taken out a fair amount of the parking spaces and converted it to landscaped islands, as you can see from this picture. Maybe Josh can drive. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. So as part of the original site plan, there was handicap parking that was closest to the building. We've maintained those, and what we've done is pushed the landscape islands back. We do have some that are closer to the front, and then we've added additional more towards Fitchburg, John Fitch Highway, and then in a row on the back. We've also included a large sort of cutout in the front along John Fitch that we are landscaping. One of the questions that come up relative to placement of a future pad site. So the large knockout in the front, as well as this knockout here, and this one. So the only ones, this island and this island would be the only two that would be obstructed. So we have a rough idea of where that sort of pad site's going. And that landscape island actually takes into account. So we've got flow that would come in and sort of meander and sort of generalize in this area. So we have made provisions for sort of future pads. We can demarcate that sort of in a little bit more extensive version. One of the things that we are also proposing to do is for the full front of the project, so you can see a heavy dashed line that runs around, that entire pavement area will be milled down and replaced. So that'll be all new pavement in front of that, which will dress up that area. We sort of limited it to not coming out to this entrance, knowing that we may have sort of utilities that may need to come in through there for future pad site. So it didn't make sense to do all of that. But we are proposing to sort of beautify the front of that. Adding all of that landscaping, we're removing approximately 14,000 square feet of pavement from the existing site, which will definitely help with any stormwater mitigation that's on that property. I know there have been some discussions about flooding. The entire site is ringed by a river. So if the floodwaters come, they come up. There's not much we can do in that regard. We can't go and drastically raise the site because the entire parking area is within a flood zone. So any sort of displacement that we have needs to be compensated somewhere else in the property. So what we're proposing to do is keep the pavement, beautify it, and add landscaping, thus reducing the overall imperviousness of the site.
What about the rest of the site? The left hand of the site, the pavement is even more atrocious, and I almost lost a tire. But, and we're talking about the flooding, that's the parent area where it gets flooded most. So any stormwater mitigation on that side would be prudent to look at.
It's tough for us to start tearing up whole parts of the parking lot in front of active tenants. So that's the reason why we sort of limited. We've got vacancies.
What about potholes? Done.
Well, if there's potholes, yes, we will definitely address that. But we can't go and do whole-scale parking lot improvements in front of active retail.
Yes, you can, because it was done recently at some other plazas, even large size, so it can be done, depending on what the extent or the scope is. But at least even seal coating and getting rid of the potholes would be helpful for the existing tenants. We're thinking make a great improvement, even if we're talking about a phased approach, that something be done interim in order to bring the active site up. So we know this investment on, what you want to do on that side, but you've got these active tenants on the other side, and it's pretty deplorable conditions trying to get to those sites.
Yes, and I think that's an absolutely fair and reasonable request, and we'd be happy to address any issues on that side. I mean, obviously, if there's apparent potholes and things like that, although it's not marked on there, that'll be replaced and repaired.
But I would like to see a site plan covering the whole site, not just half the site. We can talk about having it phased, but we want to see a site plan for the site of this is where we're going with it.
Okay, understood.
And we'll have some additional comments about the circulation. I'm not a fan presently of what the circulation pattern is.
Okay. I was going to wait to talk about it because Paula brought it up. From a planning perspective, we can't approve half of a development being updated and renovated, but I certainly understand that they might not be done, in unison, that you might need a year or two to do one side and another year to do the other side, or whatever the case would be. But show what you plan to do with this project, and then you can hash it off like you did here and say this is to be done within the next year, this is to be done in year 2 or 3 or whatever, because we need to look at. I mean, the whole plaza is a nightmare. I mean, it's a sea of pavement, and I mean, I'm there often, and ever since this happened, I've made it a point to drive through there, multiple times since our last meeting, and every single time, cars are going diagonal through parking lots. There has to be site circulation. And I agree with Paul, and I can wait till you guys address what you did. This doesn't solve site circulation. You need dedicated travel lanes. You need things. We'll share some of the examples we got when you guys are done, and we'll talk more about that. Some of the landscape islands are poorly placed too, but we'll go over all that whenever you're done with your presentation.
Would it make some sense or no sense from your perspective to simply landscape the entire parking lot, do it all at one time, and forego the pavement for a while? Maybe do all of the landscaping, get it all in, and maybe next year do all the paving?
Honestly, no. If you're the issue with that is, like, if you look at sort of this side, there's a sea of pavement. If we're going to seal coat, they're going to want to seal coat and pull large swaths of area to do that. They'd much rather come in and cut out small areas for landscape and remove that bit of pavement than have to work around landscaping.
I get you. Yeah.
That's the hardest part. The other part of the landscaping is we don't want to add berms and curbing in there like you normally have. Because if we start to do that, then we start impacting the stormwater. Right now, all the stormwater it just flows towards the front. If we start adding berms, now we're adding additional material that's going to stop water on the property. If anything, those landscaped islands would be more of a depression area that are going to sort of collect any of the stormwater. If that's there and you try to go and seal coat or tear up pavement, now you're impacting plantings that are in that space. If anything, it's more of what Mr. Fontaine had suggested was we'll show it and we'll say, okay, this area is phase 2, and do it that way and sort of consider it as a master plan, so to speak, where, we've got a portion of in front of the building that's dedicated to the self-storage. This is done as part of the site plan, and then we've got the master plan, so to speak, that'll work on the next phases as we sort of step through. So you're not tearing up the entire parking lot. You work on focused areas in front that's vacant, that's associated with the self-storage, and then you sort of move on and sort of displace parking as you need to for active tenants and work on those areas.
Okay.
I obviously, I know your ownership in this is in its infancy, so I don't think you've experienced a significant flood there yet, but you've had UAP, like you've had someone look at where the flooding come from, because you mentioned there's a brook around it, but the flooding comes from one area. It comes from where the brook curves between the plaza and D'Angelo's. It literally comes in through there. It floods over its banks because that's where it used to go, through the plaza, floods over its banks and then goes there. Did anyone look at creating a major detention basin and you probably aren't familiar with it, but there used to be a Chinese food restaurant, Dan Chan's. There's an old pad site back there.
There's an old
right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. There's an old concrete pad that's still there.
Exactly. So there, and where you have your snow storage, or I don't have it up in front of me because I'm looking at photos. Whatever you have that labeled, that cloud area.
Yes.
Snow storage.
Yeah.
That's where the water predominantly comes in. So can't you just have an infiltration area and a large scale detention basin that can mitigate most of that offshoot?
The issue with trying to deal with flood mitigation is it's not necessarily up to the property owner to deal with offsite flood. I'm sure that a lot of that's going to be addressed with the work that's being done.
None of it's going to be addressed with the work that's being done.
Okay.
Because it can't. That's nowhere near the roadway.
And that's the hard part of you have a property owner. Why does the property owner have to deal with?
Well, because the property owner that did this was the one that created the problem.
Yeah.
This property being built was what created that, was what rerouting that brook did. So it's the history of this property that created the problem.
Yeah, but there's other issues downstream. There's a whole myriad of issues that cause flooding when you start to look at.
Well, this is trying to look at. It used to go directly through the site.
It's an issue that's FEMA. It's flood mitigation.
Yeah.
It's we're not we're not causing an issue with this project that would cause additional flooding. So we can try to mitigate as best we can, but downstream flooding issues are not the root
If
cause.
your tenants can't get to the building, it's an issue that I would think a responsible landlord would try to look at, trying to how you get.
Which we can
mitigate.
address, but the issue is that we can't start hogging out large pieces of our property to deal with flooding from a river that crosses under the road, which is owned by the city. We do a lot of work in and around areas that are.
You can do stormwater mitigation on your property.
We can do stormwater mitigation for the property and deal with increases in impervious cover for the property. Okay?
You have flooding that occurs on your property.
Not by us. Not by us, ma'am. Okay? We're not dealing with stormwater mitigation. Okay? It's a different issue.
Have you looked at?
We have not done flood mitigation. It's not a requirement. We're not.
Have you looked at the department comments regarding the flood proofing of the building?
Which comments were those? We did not.
From the building inspector?
From the building
They were from
inspector.
2 or 3 months ago, where he
So-
said you either had to raise the first floor level above floodplain stage or flood-proof
If
the
it was
building.
more than 50% the assessed value of the construction.
Oh, that wasn't part of it.
Yes,
That was part of it.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
Yes.
So what's
we
the
wanted-
answer to that? That
Right,
it's
you want-
not?
It's not. There's not more than, the proposed improvements are not more than 50% of the assessed value of the property.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Scroll down a little bit. No, the other way. I guess scroll up. There we go, right there. So our prior comments too, where we did not want to see self-storage wrap around, why is it on the opposite side of the cinema complex and separated? We all did not want to see that there. Out to the other side.
This little piece here?
Yes.
Okay.
The other aspect was there should be no customers driving around to the rear from that left side of the building. Any deliveries or drop-offs on the right-hand side?
There's an existing loading dock that's back there that is part of that facility that.
It is for like warehousing and industrial and commercial type use, and not for customers to drive cars back there.
You can still use it.
We're bringing forward our concerns with the project.
Okay, we will review that, but.
We brought that up previously.
Yeah, I can speak to that. The reason we kept that in there, and, as I recollect, it was a concern, not a request to change that. The concern being security. You don't want people back there and acting nefariously or, drawing bad activity. As Mike just mentioned, the entire rear of the site is used by all the existing tenants and the former tenants. This building in operation is only accessed during business hours. These aren't people coming up at 12 o'clock at night accessing the rear of the site. So I don't see how it's any different for a customer of a storage to go around back than it is for the dry cleaner to get his delivery at 6 p.m. or for the...
It's different.
I mean, at a minimum, are there going to be cameras all throughout the back of the building?
Yes, and that's what I was mentioning during the beginning of the presentation. The entire facility, front, back, interior, exterior, is cambered and monitored.
Just use that right side that already has a loading bay.
A very large loading bay.
We are
the right rear.
We are utilizing the.
No, but why do you need the back left portion too?
For certain customers that have certain units in certain locations, if we only limit access to certain points, they have a very, very far way to access their unit. And it's a standard within our business model to have at least 150 feet maximum to their unit for them to be able to access it.
Well, I guess definitely concerned with that because some of them are very narrow, actually, even to navigate, even to get to that area in behind. It's not like you're going off of one length of the building.
That area is wide enough for a tractor trailer. Those are loading docks.
So you actually then have to turn into in the alley. The alley is not.
Where? Here?
Particularly the second one. Further arrow down. Further down.
So that's the loading dock?
No, keep further down. A little further, right there, that whole alley right there. Why? That should not be customers going up into that alley.
Is the concern safety or access? Before it was safety,
both.
now it seems like access.
Both, because you don't want cars driving into an alley in there. That's just an alley. There's no turnaround or anything back there. There shouldn't be parking back there.
I'm sure you said this, but what hours can they access this?
Our business hours are typically 9:30 to 6:30 with an hour or two on either side of that.
And they can never go off hours, meaning there's no 24-hour access to the building or units or anything like that?
That is correct. No 24-hour access. And also, every single person who enters in or out of the building is done through a secure key code, so we know exactly who and when they're entering and exiting the building and from what entrance.
I still have a concern with that, and you have to show all kinds of traffic flow, how the flow back there would between other deliveries and larger trucks and customers, and where parking would be and deliveries would be in that aspect. Not comfortable with that at all, going behind a commercial building for the customer use.
If there's a
Those are
concern,
for-
we can definitely look
It's for the
at.
tenants and their deliveries, and not so much as a day-to-day customer.
Okay.
That was the major aspect of it. It's not an industrial area, it's a commercial area. We don't want to have cars all driving behind the complex.
Understood. We can put together some circulation information for you.
Definitely want a better circulation. There's mattresses back there. I mean, I don't understand you just purchased the building, but there's graffiti very visible from the front on the facade.
Yeah, well, and I'm sure all of that's going to be taken care of when they beautify the front of the building, as well as all the cameras that are going to be installed.
Correct.
We're also talking, when we're looking at the brook and whether or not, I mean, there's a lot of trash, needs to all be picked up and kept clean, as well as probably some additional fencing that might be needed on the right-hand side by Baker's Brook for, again, traffic flow over there. We want to see that. We're going to have to move the dumpster that's just sitting on the side of the building.
Yeah, and the dumpster will actually be removed. Their practice for self-storage is not to have a dumpster, because that sort of promotes people cleaning out a unit and dumping.
But what about the tenants?
Yeah, we have
Because you said some of them won't have access to the back, so they have to bring their trash through the front to get to the...
Yeah, so the tenants and the existing tenants have their own dumpsters. Correct. Yes.
Yep, so we want to see where the dumpsters are located on the site plan. If there's anything that's visible to the public, should be screened.
Okay.
That's what I have so far.
Yep, we can address those. Thank you, ma'am.
Paul, did you want to bring up the
Yeah.
ramps?
Yeah, so I suppose, and I certainly understand what you're saying about the flood mitigation, but I've been contacted by quite a few people involved with the city, councilors and citizens and everything, and the number one comment is, how can you do anything in the project when there's significant flooding? And I think the biggest issue here is, I don't think there's some situations where, I don't think you guys understand how bad it has been in the past. So let me show you some photos of history of flooding in that site. And I had worked in one of those buildings many, many, many years ago, and there had even been points when there was water infiltration in the buildings. Let me just pull up, bear with me one second. For some reason, it doesn't want to come up.
I had to get a ride in a tow truck across the parking lot when I worked at that Friendly's, and I had to come back and get my car the next day.
Hold on one second. I don't know why it's not coming up. Cancel. There we go. So this was, I think this said 2013. It was either 27 or 2013. I couldn't read it. The floodwaters went up to and into parts of the building, but this is the entire plaza underwater. The only thing that obviously, as you know, stays dry is Rollstone Bank because it's up elevation. This is actual fish in your parking lot from Baker Brook. And this is actually a funny, these are from Facebook, so this is someone that wrote OMG, but this is that area I was talking about, which is the principal issue, flooding over that where Tiny's Trees is, if you guys know that area, that every year they usually lease out space for those.
As you mentioned, there's a concrete pad that's impervious, so remove it.
And one of the Facebook posts said we used to actually go fishing there for brook trout and caught some in the parking lot. I lost the post now, I can't find it, but and again, I certainly get the fact that it might not be a requirement of yours, but I also don't think you understand the gravity of the issue in that development. And I think, and the problem was caused by the site, regardless of what the engineer just said. The problem was created with the development of that exact building, of that project. If you look at, and I'm sure Pete has seen it before, the historical photo of Baker Brook, it goes literally right through that parking lot.
Right across the parking lot.
And then they rerouted it around the parking lot when they created the site, which, again, it's a historical error, no big deal. But I think you're in a position here, and the board's in a position here, where for the safety of people accessing this site, it needs to be mitigated.
Because it
You
even
need to look
floods
into
John
mitigating it.
Fitch.
What's
It
that?
floods John Fitch as
Yeah,
well.
I mean the whole area.
I mean,
floods.
that's
The John
not your
Fitch
problem.
area, as Nick said, which we're going to get to, the John Fitch area, to a certain degree, is going to be hopefully solved in 2028 when we do the John Fitch mitigation. But that doesn't physically touch Baker Brook and what Baker Brook's doing, which is the entire problem with your site, is the curve of that brook. It doesn't want to make the curve when the water's heavy enough, so it goes literally right over the bank and into literally right where your snow storage area is on that plan.
And there's no expectation you can 100% solve this, but it could be improved so that maybe it mitigates some of the flooding and then you can still get across to your building.
Right. Understood. No, we hear your comments, and we'll absolutely take another look at that more seriously.
And I think really that's the whole thing, is even if we can make it better, even if you can make it so that there's not, maybe a safety hazard, because 3 feet of water, 4 feet of water is a safety hazard. If you can mitigate it to the point where, it can be controlled on, maybe one portion of the site, or, it can be better situation than it is now, then I think that, baby steps, a little bit at a time, and try and solve the issues. I also understand the situation that you're in, where I don't know if you knew or were disclosed the proper things when you purchased this site, but this is an issue that's existed for 40 or 50 years. And, that might just be a bad shake that you guys weren't properly, that it wasn't properly disclosed when you purchased it, or due diligence wasn't done. I don't know what the case was. But, I think it's something that we would have requested had any property owner come in for any use that was a special permit, saying this needs to be addressed, because it hasn't been yet. So.
Right. Understood.
Thank you.
Paul, do you want to show the counselor?
Yes. We had
comments regarding some site.
Do you want to start with Nick and Jeff, because they're here?
Oh.
I can pull up their comments, or Nick or Jeff or whoever wants to speak. If you want, you can just speak. I'll do whatever you want.
I just talk, Paul.
Sure.
So I know we touched on the flooding. Just a few comments on the flooding issue. Everything that's been described so far is accurate. The stream jumps its banks at the old Dan Chan site and then flows along the original stream alignment straight through the parking lot. This happens during as little as the 1 or 2 year storm event. And we've done a whole lot of analysis looking at the site. We've got hydrology and hydraulics studies that have been done, and I'm happy to pass along some of that information to your engineer for review and consideration when you're kind of looking at this site. I agree that there are flood mitigation techniques that could be incorporated here to address flooding of the site in particular. I also agree that the flooding issue is certainly not going to be solved along this entire stream corridor just by implementing flood mitigation measures at this one site. I mean, it's a holistic problem that requires holistic solutions. But what we as the city, we're limited to working within our right-of-way. So we're doing that right now. We're in the design process for a roadway reconstruction project from Lunenburg Street to Summer Street along John Fitch Highway that will include major stormwater upgrades to address some of the roadway flooding.
That's being designed in accordance with Mass DOT standards, and right now it's slotted into the 2028 federal fiscal year for funding through the State Transportation Improvement Program. So the city itself is funding the design. Mass DOT will fund the construction when we get to that point, but it's a number of years off. And unfortunately, we're limited to working within the city's right-of-way, so we can't go onto private property and address flooding issues on private property. And this property itself actually contains the entire stream channel for Baker Brook along the property boundary. So there are certain measures that the applicant could take to mitigate or significantly improve the flooding on the property. And I'm happy to help provide the information that we have so you can kind of begin looking at that.
Thank you. We appreciate that. We'll be sure to reach out for that information.
One idea that's been floated around a million times by DPW, other folks throughout the city, community development, et cetera, is the possibility of a stream restoration project through the center of the parking lot with various crossing points for access by pedestrians and vehicles. I think there's a huge opportunity to turn this site into something beautiful, but it's going to require significant investment from the private property owners along this stretch here. And this is the largest property that's impacted by the flooding. So just throwing that idea out there, there's been a few reports that discuss this idea in a little bit more depth that I can certainly provide. One final thing I want to mention is that the investment on the city side and on the state side with construction funding right now is estimated to be between $8 and $10 million. So just to understand, the city's all in on making John Fitch Highway a place where people want to be, an attractive area for residents, an attractive area for businesses, and we'd love to see some private investment dollars go into this particular site to complement the amount of money that the city and the state are putting into this stretch of John Fitch Highway. So we hope to see that as a result of this project.
Thanks, Nick. This was the image I was looking for, and I'm sure you guys probably, I would imagine, when you did your due diligence, you probably saw the design work, some of the preliminary design work for the John Fitch project. This was the one about Baker Brook that was in there, which shows the original location, and it was where it's showing pooling in this southern area there was a kind of a natural pool of Baker Brook before, which is now where it ends up pooling 4 or 5 times a year probably, which I'm sure we're going to get when everything starts melting again relatively soon. So anyway, all that information is part of the presentation from a couple years ago or last year or whenever it was.
Parking layout?
Yes. So we also had some public comment about from Councilor Van Hazinger. Please find my attached comments. So I don't know how you want to do this, Paula. Do you want me to read it?
I don't know if we have to read the whole, we can provide the comments to you.
Yeah.
Helpful. But you can scroll to some of the images.
So you can read the comment and get the gist of what the councilor was talking about. Some of the bigger points that he had brought up regarding the way the parking design is and the entrances work with your. Some of the landscaping islands that they had, particularly, and I thought the same thing when I saw it, that far left-hand entrance. So first of all, it's 2 cars wide on both sides, which I find somewhat unnecessary. If you have an entrance and an exit, unless you have a dedicated left, a dedicated right, which isn't of course it's hard to read anything that's there now, but unless your plan shows a dedicated left, dedicated right, is it really necessary to have that? Because there's no issue with queuing in the parking lot. Right. So, I mean, you
probably do want to have a dedicated right on the
right. I mean, you could do that. So show it on the plan, the gist of that. And then that landscape island that he shows on the bottom left there makes it so that you can't make a direct approach at the exit. And it makes it so when you come in, you're not really facing a dedicated aisle to go in. So that's part of the problem with, like Councilor Van Hazinga says, and he's very detailed, and I suggest you read this and take it into account when you make your revisions. But it's the same problem on the other side. When you come into the plaza, you can go straight, you can go diagonal, you can go right, left. You need a defined entrance, and he actually presents an example here, and some conflicting travel points, which again you can see. But he presents a plaza here that's similar sea of pavement, where you have an entrance aisle in. You have you funnel everyone to an entrance and exit point so that you don't have those conflicting lefts and rights and chances for accidents.
In that situation, that's more of a boulevard, which in new plazas, yes, you would do. But
you have that same sea of pavement here.
I know, and we're tough to we're trying to maintain the plaza.
So if you take that left-hand side, for instance, the far left-hand side.
So the left-hand side is a little bit different, and we're going to have to look at that because we've provisioned for an access for a pad site that sits there. So that's going to sort of.
Well, we want to see that on the site plan, and we want to see that, we want to see the traffic flow.
Because they don't have a letter of agreement.
Regardless, we just want to see where you potentially put pads and how you would design traffic flow across the plaza. And yes, it's an open sea of pavement with hardly any lines on it anymore. Yes, you have the opportunity to make a boulevard and to better the traffic flow.
Part of the application was for a change of use. That's what we were initially here for. And so with all due respect, we were here for a change of use. Okay? Adding extra pad sites was not part of the initial application. That's why it was not shown. Okay? So, yes, there's been a lot of discussions. We'll have to take a look at that. But the main focus of the application was for a change of use of that existing facility to self-storage. There's certain aspects that go along with that. Showing extra pad sites is not.
Well, you don't have to then, but you do need to fix the issues with traffic that the site create. And you just said you don't do this because you don't know about the pad sites. So I said put the pad sites on there. Right. So I'm answering the comment you just had about the pad. I don't care if you put the pad sites on there necessarily. Design them into your design, though.
Right.
Even if you leave a buffer site saying this 10,000 square feet is about where it's going to go. It's give or take 10,000 square feet. That's fine, but you should still have. You still need to make it so that we can solve on-site accidents and particularly off-site accidents for people coming in. Matter of fact, one of the times I was in there, when I was turning in from the middle lane of John Fitch, someone else was turning in from the right lane. They turned into the entrance because you can't see them, and they're so wide and improperly designed. We wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't say you need to make the site safe. It's not a safe site in its current configuration, and nothing on the revised plan makes it a safe site.
You haven't shown even how they're going to drop off things or park. I mean, you have some parking here, but you actually showed on your elevation, drop off right in the front. Mm-hmm. It's where's a parking space for that? How is that designed? You have it jutted out versus pulling into a space, or is that really meant for anything through the door, light storage, anything having to go through is it just bringing stuff from your car over? You're not really meant to someone back up to your front door and start unloading, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And clearly there's concerns both in the front and the rear, which we've discussed about circulation. So we'll come back with revised circulation details, and we can include a generic pad in that location to address those comments.
And what we're looking at, it's a special permit and site plan review. And we say site, it can encompass your entire site, this entire property. And as Paul mentioned, covers quite extensively. We're at least focusing on this part at this time. And that's what a special permit encompasses, as well as the site plan. Yep. And we want to see improvements of the traffic flow and safety of any special permit.
Understood.
As a provision. And it's we've seen some little things here and there, but we want a more comprehensive look in where this is eventually going to go. Because I'm going to approve a site plan here, it's like this site is going to be the same site plan for 15 years, you know, when are you going to come back with another site plan aspect?
Right.
So aside from, you know, doing it on your own.
Right. Yeah, we hear
So
your comments.
we want to work with you and to try to better this. There, as you mentioned, as Nick mentioned, DPW Commissioner, a lot of investment going into John Fitch Highway. We would hope support both ways here in support of the commercial and aspect of the development here. And we all want it to be a success.
Yeah, agreed. It's definitely a two-way street, and I hope the board appreciates our investment, which is in the millions as well as our willingness to work with you and collaborate. I think, you know, we came a long way from the last meeting in terms of our revisions, and we're more than willing to make some other revisions based on your comments. So just hope the board appreciates that.
I do appreciate the cooperative aspect, and we'll be the same. I can tell you that, you know, it's already, it was very much a hard sell to think about allowing self-storage facility in that building to begin with. And I think the reason why, me particularly, why I'm amenable to that is because I'm understanding how much you're going to have to do to make that site, you know, practical and safe. I mean, And I mean, everyone that's in Fitchburg uses that site, you know, relatively routinely, predominantly for Cinema World, but even back when, you know, Friendly's was there, and, you know, Harbor Freight gets a fair amount of traffic, and I don't know if you were ever there when Tiny's was there, the Christmas tree, but they do tremendous business for the 6 weeks that they're there. Right. So, you know, all of these things, there's a lot of people coming and going, and I think you know, it's as simple as, and Andy's letter, I think, explains it the best, and it's just too long to read the whole thing. But when you talk about, you know, what the counselor had said, and you look at the example design he said, you kind of see, when I was talking about the pad site, I care more about how that pertains to the future planning of the development, not who's going to be there. Right. So if you can show this strip of land might be 1 or 2 or 3 pads, and this is how we're developing around it, you know, like having an entrance like that where you have, you know, you have it so when you pull in, everyone knows where they're going and they're not crossing traffic, and, you know, you can separate the pads, you know, or the locations, like, you know, the Rollstone site and the Enterprise site. There should be strips of land between them. You shouldn't just be coming straight across all 3 of these, and, you know, they should all have entrances. They should all have curb cuts, and I think that's just the right way to do it. And unfortunately, I don't know if it was lack of planning, or maybe because they were by right uses, maybe there was no site plan approval 20 or 30 years ago. I don't know. But something was definitely missed for many, many years.
Yeah, even just pulling from the bank there, not at the other bank pad, from the drive-through, it's cars cut right in front of you. Can't even see you just trying to pull out from the drive-through.
Yeah, no, we hear you. Circulation's an issue. We'll go back and we'll address that better.
And those pad sites could actually be closer to John Fitch Highway as well. You know, these show, you know, a lot of parking in front of that could be reduced. It's higher elevation, so it might be more desirable.
Right.
It's also hard too when we put pads. So, especially looking at this, if you look at that pad site, all those pad buildings are at grade.
Mm-hmm.
Anything we do in that pad site is going to be 3.5 feet above the parking lot, the building itself. So it's going to stick up above.
But isn't that outside of the floodplain when you get to the front of that site?
No.
The whole site is?
Well, the only part that's out of the current and the future.
Oh, it's Rollstone. I saw that on the map.
Is that's it. But everything else, the building, the main building in the back. The main building in the back is out of the flood zone. It's high enough that the finished floor is out of the flood, but the main parking area is within that flood elevation. You get down to John Fitch, that's almost 2.5 feet. So any new buildings that we put in there, the finished floor has to be a foot above that flood.
What was the alternative the building commission said, flood-proofing the first floor? Why is that not an option?
What, this building?
No, with new buildings. You're saying instead of, it said, his letter said either build it above flood base elevation of the flood or flood-proof the first floor.
I've never seen them be able to flood-proof a building at 3.5 feet.
Okay. I don't know. It was an option that he had. He even gave the stipulation in the code for it, but I don't know enough about it. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that. So, and a lot of even with the insurance companies, they won't insure that. So any new buildings that you do have to be a foot above. Now, that being said, anything we do building-wise, I have to mitigate that displacement of material, which means that I have to hog out more area somewhere else. So we've done a number of these facilities. I did one in Haverhill, Massachusetts, that's along the Merrimack River. It's the same thing. I was 4 feet above the parking lot. I've got a bank, a Dunkin' Donuts, and a Convenient MD that all sit in the parking lot. Put a Burger King, I had to have it 4 feet above the parking lot.
Well, I mean, maybe it's not possible to have more pad sites. Design the areas in, and in the meantime, show them as parking hatched areas. Say these might be pad sites. The point is that you can show the pad sites to show site circulation. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. We hear you.
You know, you create just like that. You create an aisle that runs, you know, from the right edge of the lot, you know, one aisle width north of Rollstone straight across, and you create traffic lanes running to the buildings, and then separate ways to get to the parking areas, just like that, where you have, you know, things delineated instead of just traveling straight across the site. And I didn't even ask the chief, and it's just occurring to me now about traffic accident data, because I know that they've had accidents in that plaza. I'm just curious how often it is. I'm sure it's not as much anymore because there's so many vacancies there. But when you're fully occupied, the chances of on-site accidents will skyrocket if it stays the same.
Understood, and we apologize for omitting circulation details from this revision package, but obviously that's a concern, and we hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Perfect.
Does the board have any questions? Yes.
Paula, mind if I had added one more comment on the traffic circulation and curb cuts? Thank you. So one of the issues that we're trying to solve for with the work that we're doing to design the improvements on John Fitch Highway is the number and location of curb cuts, because those contribute to driver confusion, accidents, et cetera. So our engineer has done an extensive study of the whole corridor, and we've come up with proposed locations for revised curb cuts at each of the businesses along the stretch. So this plaza, Market Basket, et cetera. So in order to make sure that what's done on this site kind of jives with our proposed design and the overall plan for traffic through this corridor, I would just recommend the applicant to reach out to us, and I can put him in contact with our engineer so that we can make sure they have our updated plans. They can see what we're thinking. We can get their feedback and come up with finalized curb cut locations that are mutually agreeable and won't require rework when we go to construct our project in 2028.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, because I'll say a concern is the present egress. There, you just can't even see them oftentimes. It's like you just drive by and it's like, oh, no, darn it, I know the other one's down the other end, but yeah. You know, there's just some yellow, it's only yellow paint.
Simple as they're kind of tilted a little bit too. Like when you go in there, they're all like off kilter, so they're kind of like halfway between facing Rollstone, in between Rollstone and Cinema World, which I get, you know, you're trying to funnel people to Cinema World to the plaza, but they don't even direct you down aisles. Even if they were painted, they're kind of all over the place. So, Chantel, if we can just make a mental note, if you can write something down to send them the, you have the department review letter from DPW, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, we do.
Perfect. But send them Councilor Van Hasgen's email, which I think I forwarded to you.
You probably did. It's in the Wilmot folder.
Okay, it's in one of the, it's in one of the folders.
Is there additional DPW? Because the DPW letter that we have basically says that if we need water and sewer to come back, that's the only
I can pull up, hold on, bear with me for 1 second.
Yeah, if there's an additional comments from DPW, we'd be more than happy to take a look at those as well.
Yep.
If they can be forwarded to us, because we don't have those.
I mean, Chantel can forward what Nick just sent out anyway. She's on Nick's CC from earlier. So it says revised plans show the addition of landscape islands throughout the existing parking lot, but Previous DPW comments are still applicable. Applicant to contact the water and wastewater divisions to file connection permits if another city department or application decides during the design and review process that the current water or sanitary sewer service is not adequate for the proposed facility infrastructure. The city is working towards a full reconstruction of.
So that's the one we have. Okay. And is it possible for us to get a copy?
Sorry, I just want to add, we didn't necessarily realize that the proposed development was going all the way up to the road and all this other stuff that we're now talking about. So there's other additional comments that we've talked about here tonight that should probably be added to that memo just to keep everything official. So I'll do that, and I'll send it out to Chantel, and she can pass it along to you folks.
So the letter that I had,
Nick, would it be also, can you send us a PDF copy of that corridor plan?
Yes.
Is that something you guys have?
The entranceway.
I was just going to say the planning office has it. I know that.
Yeah. Even if we have a PDF, I can overlay a PDF onto that to take a look and see what we've got.
Yeah, it was what I showed, it was very generic. It was very light concept.
Well, they're at what, 25% stage?
I don't remember. Nick, do you remember?
Right now, we're a little bit beyond that. So we were at 25% about a year ago, and we've kind of progressed through that. We've gone through and had meetings with DOT, comment resolution meetings and whatnot. So we're a little further along, and some of the 25% plans have changed a bit, and they're probably still going to change because DOT is they're not easy to work with. I'll leave it at that.
That's being generous, Nick. We've dealt with DOT in the past, but presumably you guys have the sort of conceptual driveway locations that you're referring to?
Yes. What I'll do is I'll reach out to Fuss & O'Neill, and I'll have them email over to you the latest and greatest that they have available right now.
Okay, that'll be good. Thank you, sir.
Yep, and then as we work through the design, there'll need to be additional coordination and all that, and we'll make sure that happens with you folks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any board members have any questions, comments?
I appreciate the retail spot.
Yeah, the additional
stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the plans are much improved from the last group of plans that we did look at, and I really appreciate the addition of the retail space in that plan. I think that's going to help a lot. The one area that I'm really still a little bit concerned about is the overall look and focus and attention to the parking lot and the landscaping of the parking lot. And I know your company is first class. You do an incredible project. I mean, you showed us a slideshow with impressive security arrays in that particular slideshow. The storage lockers are first class. And the laminate flooring that you use is beautiful. And that all contributes to the overall appeal of the project. But that's only for people going into your storage unit. You're going to have hundreds of people going into that storage unit that are going to be in there. However, there's tens of thousands of people that drive by there and look at that plaza. So I personally, I'd rather see some focus on the parking lot and the landscaping and the appeal of that. I wouldn't care if you had polished concrete floors inside rather than laminate. They're going to rent those storage spaces anyway. I want the project to look good, be appealing to the public, to the thousands and thousands of people that drive by there daily. And I'm a little bit taken back that you're taking the approach in the parking lot of doing a strip. I don't know if you do that in other developments you've done throughout the country, but I think this is a choice spot. It deserves to be developed nicely with big appeal to the public. So I'm gonna focus on the parking lot and the landscaping of the parking lot and the appeal of the facade, and that's my main concern. When you get into your storage unit, that's for hundreds. I'm worried about the tens of thousands that see it when they drive by.
Understood, sir. Thank you for the comment, and that's definitely been the focus of the conversation tonight has been the parking lot and landscaping, so I think you'll be pleased with what we come back with.
All right, any other board member before open to the public?
Hi, this is Alex. from what I've seen tonight, I think it's a good step forward. I think we still need a little bit more work done, but I think it's a good step forward.
Good, thank you, Alex.
And this is Lynn. I just want to concur with what Pete said. We've seen what has been accomplished in other places and spaces, but I really want to see what it's going to look like in Fitchburg. How are you going to attract people? I mean, John Fitch Highway, it's a destination, it's a main corridor of the city, and you want it to be looking nice. And seeing what you've done in other places looks very nice, but I'd like to see that translated into something visual for this project next time.
Great, thank you, Lynn. Is anybody out virtual? If you want to raise your hand, using the hand function.
There's none.
There's none. Like that.
I did want to.
Any other department comments?
No, it was just DPW, and Nick already touched on it. We didn't have any other department comments.
We do have.
Oh, we had fire, right?
Yeah.
Well, the
Hold on.
building department just submitted, they just clicked yes on the, on the vote.
That's the building
Am I
department.
thinking of the wrong one with fire? I saw one for fire for something. That might have been 330.
Building.
That was 339 River, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to get some I would like to get some fire department feedback, especially if it's regarding the back areas.
Yeah, we'd be happy to reach out to them.
Access and how the flow's going to work.
Yep, happy to do that.
I'm sure that's where they like to comment, mostly, too. Any further questions from us? As, again, I brought up the concern, I really didn't want to see that storage around the other side of Cinema World and just keep the storage,
So I did,
storage aspect.
I didn't know if we talked about that, but I did have one question about that. I don't know if you want to move things around or whatever, but I didn't like the one storage area that's kind of annexed from everything
Right.
else, the
That's
one that's
the
by
one.
itself. And, I don't know how you mitigate that with, what you want for storage numbers or what you need, but it would look out of place if you have storage facility and then a secondary separate storage facility. I think it all needs to be accessed by the same management office, retail office, all together in one particular area. Otherwise, you almost have like two different, uses. So I don't know. You can look at that and decide how you want. I did want to say, my initial thought, we had talked about the size of the units. And someone had said, I forget who it was, said that later we would get to why the size were chosen, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with them. When I first looked at it, it was hard to read the numbers until I zoomed in, and I wrote them down. I think it was 2,500, 2,900, and 4,400, something like that for the three spaces. For the
But
people
then he
that...
added 6, so then he said it's up to 6 spaces now.
Well, yeah, but my point was that the size of the spaces are what I was wondering about, the viability. So I wanted to show the rest of the board how that compares to other similar spaces. So I looked up some current active rentals. So most of the board is familiar with 50 Wayland Street, which is where Green Meadows is now, the dispensary that just opened. They have one available commercial space that is 2,850 square feet. So right in the middle of the two smaller ones. 507 Electric Ave, which is Park Hill Plaza, which is Aubuchon's Plaza, the backside of Park Hill. There's a unit there that's 1,875 square feet, one of those units there. And then the other one that's very familiar to everyone, 35 Main, which is the Matt Fournier building that's been vacant since they built it next to Store 24. There's a space there that's 2124. So it just gives you an idea of these spaces are, they're kind of, from what I can gather on these other listings, they're what at least the other developers consider as the most desirable size-wise. So.
But then when evaluating national tenants, look at their specs, to see. Again, a lot of that has to do with the width or the, i.e. just even the frontage that they have, or they won't even look at the space in some cases.
Right. I mean, every tenant and retailer's use is different. The example which we pulled these from was from a retail team that we used to, design these units, and there are national retailers in there.
Great.
Such as Firehouse Subs. So we're confident that these will be
Just want to make sure you do the homework, and that's like, hey, we just carved out this, some spaces, but we want to make sure that those spaces are going to work for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. So, we want to make them as marketable and appealing as possible.
And 2 of the 3 of those are relatively new construction within the last 3 or 4 years. So that kind of, I just wanted to compare it to the board to give them something.
Other thing going for it as well is that it'll be new outfit.
Right.
It'll be
the newest. Yes, absolutely. And we'll be emphasizing that, hoping to, be above our competition in terms of, completion, but always something we're going to have to deal with.
I would like to see when you come back to, when you do come back with plans, is a phasing plan of some type of timelines and what you were proposing to do in a phase 1 or a phase 2.
For the parking lot specifically, or everything?
When you're planning on, how long you plan on construction build it to be for the building. I think it makes sense to just, get a feel for what your anticipation is. And then, like we had said, if the left side of the parking lot is something that you can't get to imminently because of contractual agreements or whatever, when is it feasible to have an expectation for that? And, we can always condition something about, let's say you say it's, the side you had starting is imminent, and you'll do the entryways, because obviously in the, in traffic mitigation and pothole repair and all that stuff, for now, right. And then, you can say a year or 2 years, we plan on doing the other half of the parking lot, and we can condition a timeline a year, maybe after that, to give you a cushion, something like that.
Yeah, we can
just
provide.
Trying to think, without knowing what the numbers are you're saying,
right.
I'm trying to think
It's like immediate things, graffiti, trash, filling potholes,
Yeah, there are a lot of moving pieces, so I understand how that could be.
I mean, even if you don't pave, you got to restripe. I mean, a lot of that striping you can't see anymore.
What you can get away with seal coating interim if you're going to end up doing some other further capital, or what you can do interim.
For sure. Yeah, we're happy to put together a schedule for you guys.
I think either way, part of the initial steps are going to have to be your focuses on your entrances and traffic patterns, and then stuff after that. If you think of interim mitigation, where you say, we'll stripe travel turning lanes for now, and we'll get to it in a year or whatever, we can, we'll talk about that at that point.
Okay, sounds good. Happy to provide those details.
Excellent.
If you're eliminating, as Mr. Fontaine said, if you're going to eliminate a little strip of self-storage from one side, I personally have no problem with that if that's added somewhere to the rear, and you can add a little storage to the rear. My whole thing is, as long as we can preserve the retail spaces up front, I'm not too concerned about how many square foot of storage space you have in the rear. It's the retail space up front that I'm most concerned about.
Understood.
Even if you went over 88,000 square feet of storage, and if it was in the rear, I'm all for it.
Understood.
All right. Any further questions?
Nothing from us. Anything else from you guys?
Okay. Anything else? All right. Shall we vote on continuance?
Make a motion to continue.
Motion.
Do you think you'll have everything put together for our April meeting? It's a month from today, give or take.
We're going to do our best. We made the deadline last time. We were able to turn it around pretty quickly. So,
if for whatever reason you can't, if we're 2 weeks before, so our notification is 14 days before. Well, this is a continue meeting, so it doesn't have to be. But the sooner you can let us know, the better, so we can let people know if anyone happens to want to come that it's not going to be on the agenda.
Absolutely, we'll let you know if we can't meet that deadline.
Great, thank you.
Because we'd like to have some time to gather comments.
Of course.
And feel free, even ahead of time, reach out to the fire department. Say, here's our preliminary plan. Do you have any issues with this? And whatever comments they have, incorporate them, so they're already addressed.
Sounds good. We'll be proactive.
Things like that. Okay.
So that's April 25th. That's a motion.
A motion's been made. Second. With the second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right.
Thank you very much,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Does anybody need a break? No? Good.
No, I'm good. Are we taking these in order?
Yes. Next one, special permit and site plan review. Speedy Cannabis,
Okay.
339 River Street, marijuana delivery operator and
How you
marijuana
doing?
courier establishment.
Good evening. Sam Gandor for Speedy Cannabis.
Hold on one second. Let me just pull up your plan so we have something up there. Share screen. There you go. Okay.
Right. The attorney, Mr. Silverman, had a health issue. He couldn't make it today. So I'm trying to fill in. It's the first time ever I go before a board. So bear with me if I'm not to decorum, you know. But we took into consideration the police chief's comment on multi-use, and we scaled it down to a single use.
So I noticed in the email that Attorney Silverman had sent over, it said he planning on getting rid of, and I'm paraphrasing him, planning on getting rid of the repair station, but he didn't say anything about the gas.
Everything is gone.
Perfect.
Everything. There's
Okay, good, because that would be because the gas was one of the principal issues with people coming and going, and, okay, good. That's good to know.
Will you be pulling the gasoline tanks?
No, we plan to keep them because they're in compliance with the state. We have a certificate of compliance and everything is up to permit. I spoke to the fire department and they said that I need to apply for the annual renewal of the permits. And we're going to use them for our cars, to the delivery vehicles. We save about 10 cents between retail and buying it from a wholesaler. So, you know, it's a good savings over the long haul.
Okay, so you plan on physically keeping the pumps there to use? Okay.
To use them for our own,
Okay.
not to the public.
Okay.
All right. How many employees do you expect?
First, it's going to be me, my wife, the licensee, Basima Al Musa, the one applying is my wife.
Okay.
And maybe 2 drivers, because you have to have 2 drivers per van by state code. So employees, including us, would be 4, but employees to hire would be 2.
And you anticipate 4 at maximum build-out? Your maximum employee capacity in the building is going to be 4? Because that's I'm not concerned about how you're going to start. I'm concerned about how you're going to end.
We just want to make sure there's enough.
Good question.
Well, I mean, okay, think about this. The business model is successful. How many cars, how many drivers do you expect to have?
2 cars.
2 cars, 4 drivers. 2 cars, 4 people. So
Yes.
6 total, probably.
Yes. If right, once we add, hopefully, we hope to add another car.
Yeah.
But we're going to prep 2 cars for the CCC.
Yep.
You know, you have to put cameras and
Lockbox
GPS
and everything.
yeah. So we're going to prep 2 minivans, and you have to own them, by the way. You can't lease them. So we bought 2 a Toyota and a Honda minivans, and we're going to set them up. And one will be extra, because it takes a long time for the CCC to do anything. You know? So we want to have an extra car available on hand. If business picks up right away, we can accommodate. But I don't anticipate more than 1 car needed, maybe for the first 6 months, hopefully, to a year. And then maybe the second car can kick in.
That's no problem. The reason why I asked that question is obviously when we're doing a site plan, what's important to us is to know how many potential spaces we might need.
Correct.
You know, obviously we have the benefit now of you have in-building storage that you can use now for your cars.
Correct.
And then how many spaces we need on the site itself. We had talked about one of the big issues we had before is when you come into the site, or when you're coming around under the bridge towards the rotary, and if you turn right in there, it's more or less wide open. There's a big gap. A lot of the granite curbing's sunk. There's a big gap there, and what I think is we can solve a lot of problems by like what Commissioner Erickson had said of, that main opening and being kind of conflicting traffic, or I forget, the chief maybe said it, I forget, but conflicting with the traffic in the rotary and everything else, we can move everything further up, because I don't think you need those far 3 spaces anymore that are problematic now. So on the far right, the ones closest to the bridge.
Correct.
I think those are the problems now. That's why you need that pavement to go way over, because when you have
When you say a
repairs-
problem, in what sense do you mean a problem?
You can't back out into the road.
I'm saying it causes a problem if we were to move that curb up, you couldn't use those spaces anymore, but now you don't need those spaces anymore because you don't have a use that needs them.
So overall, it's like, this is a discussion tonight to see where you're headed with it. We're going to still need more of a site plan for the project. About the parking, about the shoring up some of the curb cuts, and any type of other beautification for the site. So I think it's a good first step, or say second step, that you're establishing that this is going to be the sole use. At least I know I'm comfortable with that. But then is now just trying to make the site work for that. As well as we want to make sure that it's been a concern for a number of years, safety improvements, because the curb cuts are wider than what code allows. So we want to come more into compliance with and make it a little bit safer.
Can we keep the curb cuts according to the code? Now, the reason we don't, I mean, not that we don't, I mean, we could close those 3 spaces. Nobody backs up in the street. There's plenty of room to back up this way. If we can eliminate 2 parking spots at the end, it's basically dirt and snow storage, the last 2 spots.
Okay.
Nobody uses them. That would help with the plow, because the street plows block our whole, they plow right in front of the whole lot.
Yeah.
We need that space. The truck comes and pushes.
Talking about the far right.
Yes, I'm talking about the far right. If you block it with a curb.
Oh, no. I'm not saying, no. I'm saying move the curb further along River Street. You could still plow straight across that way and then back up.
Yeah, we do it where they block us. We push the snow from the street onto the lot, the last 2 spaces.
Okay.
So if there's a curb, we won't be able to clear the snow from the street.
Okay.
So that would mitigate the snow issue. There's no issue with traffic. We've never had any issues with traffic because those are barely used. There's mostly dirt and snow there. So I don't think it's, I mean, we could, if you guys would think so, that's fine.
Well,
It's not
I'll
yet.
defer to the
We're going to work with DPW
I'll
on
defer
that.
to the DPW and FPD.
It's existing doesn't mean they're compliant.
Yes,
And it's right at a critical point of the rotary, so it's like a free-for-all. So we just need to make it a little more defined.
Sure.
Part of the problem is you see, if you go out there, and I noticed today, a lot of that granite has just recessed right into the ground.
Yes.
So there's some of it, you just see the very top of it, but that's
Yes,
just
that's
over
right.
time. It just needs to be reset back up,
Yes.
4 inches off pavement or whatever it is. And at that point, you could still have a plow that drops the plow after it gets onto your property and goes over that.
Would you
that corner.
consider, I would like to hear your opinion, please, on that area where the 2 last parking spots on the right, where the curb now is sunk in. You're suggesting that we move the curb forward or eliminate the curb altogether?
So
Make it a
basically
curb.
what we'd like to do is carry the curb from the right side of the property further up River Street so that you close that entryway gap so it's not just wide open to get into your property.
Would you mind keeping a small space, at least to get in before the pole?
Yes.
So
before the
so that's something we're going to talk about. I noticed. Let me pull up the street scene because
We
I
just
noticed
need
the
a
big
little
thing
bit-
today is that pole is in a terrible spot.
I know.
So
the pole, we cannot make that turn if you close the curb.
I know.
We can't turn into the lot.
Let me pull out. I'll show everyone because that was the first thing I noticed today was how terrible the location. So So here's the curb right here, which basically goes down into the ground. What I was talking about is, for instance, you start about right here.
We don't see it. We're not seeing your view.
I'm just talking to myself then.
Yes. We want to pause.
Resume share. Let's see. There we go. All right. Hold on. Let me, I got too many things on my screen here. Let me move over. All right, good. So what I'm talking about here is you talk about basically right here where the curb changes.
Yes.
Where you're about in your property line, resetting this granite curbing.
Yes.
And it looks like, I don't know, and again, part of the problem is this doesn't show on your plan, I don't think. So I don't know how wide this is.
This is about, I measured it today, it's about 28 feet.
So if you cut that down to 24 feet, which is in plenty of appropriate size entrance.
Yes, that would be appropriate.
I think
yes.
that might make sense.
Okay,
And then you get further up here,
Yes.
and you do the same thing. You have, there's not even any granite curbing here. I think there was it's right here. It's this tiny little section of curbing here.
Correct.
Here to here, and you close this up, because this doesn't need to be there, so you have a little entrance there, and a little entrance here, well, not a little entrance, the same entrance here. I think that defines your site. You don't need that in the middle of nowhere anymore, especially if we don't have public gas service. It doesn't matter. And all I'm talking about is just raising the curb up, fixing the sidewalk, obviously, concrete sidewalk, make it look nice, and I think that
So
closes off your
basically,
site.
make them 24 feet, the first one before the pole. This one, can we keep a little bit here past the pole?
What do you need it for? If you have an entrance here and you have an entrance here, I don't like this one particularly because of how it doesn't line up with the rotary anywhere.
So I'll just mention how a gas delivery would work. That's all.
It's a good point.
See, because if you're coming from the rotary, you need to get into the property.
Yeah, but wouldn't you come? Hold on, let me go over here.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
But wouldn't you come like this?
Then you're going, then you're creating conflict.
So choose one side of the pole or the other. Why do you need both then?
If I can go in this way, normally now we go in this way. If you're coming from around the rotary, and there are cars like that car right now, they block that entryway.
It's not like they're stopped there.
They do, because they conflict, the two cars conflict. They're blocking, they're always blocking before the pole and waiting for the rotary to clear. So we're going to...
I drive that 5 times a day. I have not once seen them go all the way back to your entrance. Not once. Every morning at rush hour I'm there. Every afternoon at rush hour I'm there. I've never seen them blocking your driveway. I've never blocked your driveway, and I go that way.
I don't know if I've done, I may have, I don't know.
Yeah, well, yes, you're right. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does.
I can see it queuing 3 spaces maybe to the beginning of that rotary, but not all the way back to...
I'm just trying to minimize any conflict.
Well, so tell you what, I'm not a traffic guy. You're not a traffic guy. My point is, you get the gist of what I'm saying, right?
If we
Send
can
it to
have
your engineer
three-
and have them look at what the solution is.
If we can have 3 small, because it's better for the flow of traffic. We have 2 entry points and 1 exit point. I mean, that's what I think. It's better for everybody. If there is any backup from the rotary, we can go around the backup and go in from that spot. That's all. It's not going to affect anything. We're not really having much traffic there anyway. It's just for ease of the rotary traffic.
I would say, so again, you understand the gist of the conversation, and this isn't just me, this was, and I don't want to speak for Nick or Captain LeMay. I know Captain LeMay has his hand raised too. I've heard this from more...
Let's let them speak, let's let Nick
I know,
speak to
I've
the
heard this
traffic.
from more than one person. My point is, it needs to be shown on the plan. You're just like I said at the last people that were here, you need to show site circulation. We need to make these sites safe. That's the whole point of, the biggest point of why we're doing this.
Right.
So show the entrances and curb cuts on there, and the sidewalk repair, which again we do for any business. Any business needs to do their part, and
You want that on the plan, the sidewalk repair?
Yeah. Just show where your curb cuts are, show the sidewalk, and show us what you plan on doing. And if it looks nice, I say,
That's
more
fair
power
enough.
to you.
That's fair enough.
Okay. So
We'd like to hear some...
yeah, let me pull up who's here. Captain LeMay has his hand raised. Do you want him first? Okay, Captain LeMay, whenever you are ready.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. I did, both the chief and I received the email from the applicant in regards to the change of plans. The chief couldn't attend tonight and apologizes for his absence.
Pull up the other plan.
The chief and I had a lot of conversation in regards to the plan and the fact that they're moving down to a single location for a single-use business. We don't see any issues with the way the business would operate as a single-use business. We did have some concerns about the locations of the bathrooms being accessible to the outside, which I think could complicate things, particularly seeing that for 30 years people have had access to those bathrooms from the outside, and it could get confusing and would also continue to be operated with pedestrian flow, which could be an issue for the business as it would operate as a single-use marijuana delivery service, which I could see that complicating things. One of the concerns that I can see right now, based on what the applicant's describing, by keeping the pumps, is a lot of confusion. For the better part of, well, probably all of my life, there's been a gas station there. And the residents of the city of Fitchburg know that. And if there are existing pumps still present there, it's going to confuse a lot of people in this community, that they're going to think they can still pull in and get gas. And that's not going to be the case if he's just going to use it for his staff and the vehicles. And that's going to add to constant confusion and flow, which I think the planning board needs to take into consideration and at least be aware of what that confusion is going to look like to the community. The single-use business, I appreciate it. I don't have any concerns with it. The chief doesn't. The use of using the existing bay to pull vehicles in is an excellent idea for loading and unloading. But it's just now that you're saying you're going to do a single-use business, but you're almost presenting that it's two businesses, and if the marijuana doesn't fly, then you can revert back to the gas station. And that's kind of how I'm seeing this. That's just my points that I wanted to make and the perspective that I see from the police department.
I do agree somewhat with Officer LeMay in that I really do appreciate the fact that you're going to go to a single use, and I think you're going to a great use. I think it'll be pretty profitable for you. But I am concerned about the fact that it's going to appear that you're doing a business out of a gas station. That's what it's going to look like, unless you have plans on remodeling that building so it no longer looks like a gas station. Do you have plans to do any exterior improvements on the building?
Facade, landscaping, paving, curbs, to make it look pretty, to make it look presentable, even though it's not going to be open to the public, but we would like it to look pristine, really.
You plan on keeping the canopy over the pumps?
Yes, that canopy is good for security and lights at night, because it lights up the whole lot.
And how many gallons of gasoline is in a typical tank there? Is it a 5,000 gallon
yes,
tank?
6,000 each tank. There's 3 tanks there, and it's 18,000 total capacity.
So if you're going to use that for yourself,
yes,
it's a lot of gasoline.
We're only going to put in what we need, 3,000 at a time, 2,000 at a time.
What I worry about is you have a gas station there right now.
Correct.
And it's going to be operating as a marijuana delivery service,
Correct.
but you have gasoline.
Correct.
What's to prevent you from having friends, relatives, acquaintances sell them gasoline?
Selling to the public?
Just sell them gasoline. Have them pull up to the pumps and pump some gasoline.
I mean, this is extremely risky for us to lose our license over selling a couple of gallons of gas to somebody.
Why not just, if you're going to go to a single use, go to a single use. Get rid of the pumps, get rid of the canopy.
It's very costly. Very costly, and it's unnecessary.
You just leave the tanks and get rid of the pumps?
No, we have to remove everything. If you don't use them, you got to.
All right, how about this? What if you got rid of the canopy and just left one pump just for you? That way it looks more like a private facility, just like I know in Ashby, their DPW, or I think Ashby, one of them has a DPW yard where they have like, they have one pump or two pumps just for their trucks. Why don't we do that? It saves you your...
Any digging of the ground is basically you're inviting over so much work and so much regulation. If it is a concern that we sell gas to somebody like a friend or somebody who comes and gets gas, it's tightly regulated. Nobody can come and get gas. There's a system, and there's gallons, and there's measurements. It's accounted for. It's not easy to do. Besides, we have no interest to do it anyway. There's no interest. It's almost like selling cigarettes out of this marijuana facility. Yes, you can sell cigarettes, but it's illegal. It's not going to happen because we're not going to lose our business for selling somebody gas. What are we going to make? $2?
Could you remove one of the pumps instead of two?
I mean, we can. We can block off.
Most of it is the canopy makes it look like a gas station.
Yes. True.
Right. I mean,
but I'll say one thing. If you do have a gas pump, you probably need the canopy because of the fire suppression and pieces.
Right.
Oh, right.
Okay?
Yeah,
so you can't just have a standalone pump.
I mean, if it is a concern on the public, what would you suggest that we make it look like not a gas station? There's a lot of them that are inoperable gas stations around. They close the gas or they close the station and they keep the base. There's lots of gas stations, older ones. If you go to Westminster or drive out on the country routes, you see old pumps that aren't being used. So once you don't sell gas, nobody's going to come, and we can put cones and barriers if you think that's a better idea to.
No. I don't want it to look temporary either. Not for sale.
Some small signage on it or something like that.
Nobody is going to come. People will know we're closed.
Right. You're going to change the
signage. It's not going to say Johnny Sunoco.
No, it's not going to say anything.
That's what it says. It used to say.
Right.
Yeah, there's things I hope that you can present, when we see you next, about how you're going to beautify that facade, particularly the rolling door you have there.
We're going to change the doors.
Yeah,
we're going to put
and old. And
right. We're going to change the doors. I'm thinking of wood grain. Wood grain with. We talked to the CCC. They allow glass, but it needs to be shaded, tinted. They don't allow clear glass. So the whole building is going to have shaded glass.
CCC is going to require elevations, aren't they? Meaning architectural images of what it's going to look like. Because we usually ask for that. I know it's tough. I know it's tough. You're a small business and everything else, but it would be nice to see what the building's going to look like when you're done. I mean, you have I think you had. Did you have an architect that worked on your?
Yes, Mr. Lorigan.
Yeah. I mean, see if you can draw. Let me see if I can find one. What plans we already had in here?
He didn't have a front elevation, but we can make that.
I mean, because I want to see what you're envisioning, because I mean, if you make that front look really nice, that'll go a long way in helping us.
And it's such a small structure that I don't think it would be very costly to have Mr. Lorigan do an elevation of what the front's going to look like.
Maybe you can tie that canopy into the build somehow where it makes it look less like what it is now. I don't know. I can't envision that.
God,
but I'm with Peter.
It's not that ugly.
What?
It's not that ugly.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's ugly. What I'm saying is, we need to make it look not like a gas service station, because you want this to look like a nice new use, which you're going to be proud of anyway. I want you to be successful. I think you can make this building look great. It's just, you're throwing a lot of things at us, but we can't see them.
Okay.
And I think it would be helpful to see everything.
No, the curbs, the front elevation, the doors, the facade. Yes.
Personally, I'd like to see what Mr. Fontaine talked about would be one pump and the canopy removed.
Well,
It's
I
very
don't think you
difficult.
can remove.
We need that canopy for lighting, for
Well,
security.
lighting can be done in a multitude of different ways. It doesn't have to come from an existing canopy that's there. So I think taking that canopy off will just say to people, it's not a gas station anymore.
Haven't you seen gas stations with no canopies before?
Sure.
That's not going to really make a difference.
It's going to make a difference in how it looks.
Well,
kind
you get the concern here that we don't want it to look like a gas station. So think about how you can make it look better. Think about how you can tie it into the building. Think about what you can do to, if it's feasible for you to get rid of it. Again, I agree with Peter. If you can get rid of it altogether, I think that's ideal. Did you? I don't know if you heard Captain LeMay, but one of their concerns was something I know Paul had mentioned to me is how you have
The restrooms
Is
have
there
to
a
go
way to
in.
reconfigure those employee rooms so the toilet restrooms, maybe they're facing the other way and you move the vault to a different area?
We went through many hours trying to figure that out.
It'll need more thought because you can't have restrooms exiting outside. You have to have, once you go inside, you need to be inside with your product and not running outside.
Maybe you can get rid of one and put the door on the inside of the other one and expand your vault.
If you open anything to the inside, then you're adding to the work area is secured with an access door and the vault. We don't want, for security reason, anybody having another doorway access to a secure area.
Well, they're going to be only your employees. No public is allowed to use
We don't want public
Even the
going-
employees, not everybody is allowed to enter the work area or the vault.
Okay.
It's limited access only to basically one or two people. Drivers, delivery people, anybody coming in, they don't have access to that back area. If we open the bathroom inside, that's going to create less security.
Your prior plan had it on the inside.
Had them inside.
I'm sorry?
Your prior plan had it on the inside.
The prior plan had it on the inside.
Yes, the restroom.
it up if
Yeah, behind the vault.
It was in place of the vault, but there was no access from the bathroom to the vault area. It was inside the building, correct?
Right.
It was cut out, but it didn't have a doorway inside the area.
But this
saying
had
it
a
still has-
doorway into the delivery office and then into the bay, right? Is that what that's?
Just going to pull
It was in the bay, yes. It was cut out from the bay, correct. And you entered from the bay to the bathroom and you leave out in the bay again.
Not that one, the revised one.
Yeah, well, that's the only one I see on there. I got site
no,
plan.
there's a-
Oh, speedy cannabis rise, right here.
There. And
So
a
what-
good point was whether or not look at building code and see, do you really need two bathrooms?
I was gonna say,
Can you
have
do one
one
unisex
bathroom.
bathroom?
No, we don't need two bathrooms, one bathroom.
So then you have one bathroom and you have it facing the bottom, facing down, and then you just close off that secured area so it's not.
We can open the bathroom inside the area. I'm just saying it's more safer to have it locked out, and we can put a fence on the outside.
No.
No, we
We're
don't
saying,
want
we're
fences.
saying no. Police department has a concern, we have a
No,
concern.
in that little walkway, not.
No, don't want fences.
No.
Chain link fences look terrible. Don't want fences.
Bathroom is accessible from the inside for employees only.
Yeah, no public shouldn't
No
be using that
outside,
bathroom.
no
Just your
outside
employees.
doors to the bathroom.
Yes.
I mean, we're only talking about four employees. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You vet them and give them security access. I mean, you have them prove to you that they're adequate to have access to secured areas.
No, I mean, CCC don't mind. The employees are background checked, and once they have access, they have access.
So I don't
to
understand what
whole.
the issue is.
I just thought it would be more secure, that's all.
All right.
Well, we're just saying, we can't solve the problem for you. We're just saying the bathrooms have to be inside only, no access from the outside.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair, and I get it, and I will do it. I just thought it was you guys would like it better, honestly. That's why we changed it.
No,
We
I
thought
don't
the
like
police
any.
and
I don't like
everything-
any business with exterior
Bathrooms.
separated bathrooms.
The other thing, make sure on the site plan you have a dumpster there, that the dumpster is screened, because no one wants this, we don't want to see this dumpster from.
I had a thought about that. Now that it's one use
doesn't
and your
need a
trash is
dumpster.
minimal, can you do a roll cart and can you keep it inside the building and take it out when trash needs to be collected? You know the roll carts they use for residential, the 60-gallon or 90-gallon bins? Because you don't need a big dumpster anymore. You're not going to have any trash. You're just going to be, it's just office.
Okay, all right.
I want that dumpster to go
Yes,
away,
yes.
and if that
Okay,
dumpster
okay.
stays, I want you to show on the plan that it's screened with vinyl decorative fencing.
Would it be okay if we put it at the end of the lot if it stays?
But why do you need it anymore?
I'm just saying.
No, I'd rather, it's either screened somewhere on the site with decorative fencing.
Screened against-
Or you keep it inside in movable totes, and Waste Management or whoever you're hiring is coming on Wednesday, and you put it outside and they pick it up.
I think the CCC requires that, to be honest with you.
I think so too.
I think disposal is part of that. We can't have a dumpster outside.
Yeah.
So dumpster, bathroom interior. Guys, we really, is there any way we can keep like one pump and the canopy? Would you guys accommodate us on that one?
Give us what you are comfortable with, your minimum, and then we'll go on that. I mean, I think that's the right
possible
way to do
to kind of. I just want to understand more.
I don't mind having a pump there. That's.
You just don't like the canopy because it makes it look like a gas
I want it to
station.
look more like a business, a single-use business, nothing
right.
to do with a gas
No.
station at all.
You're right about that one. It's going to look like a gas station, somewhat, with a canopy there. Removing the canopy is going to make it look like a business with one pump or two pumps, even if we leave two pumps. I like the canopy personally, like I said, because it kind of.
It's familiar.
Yeah, it's been there forever too. It probably needs to go, but yeah. Is there anyway? Just if it's possible, I will come back with a plan, and you guys tell me what you think.
Talk to your architect and see what you can come up with.
Make it not look like a canopy.
Great.
I'm thinking to put
I'm confident.
a house, a
I'm
rooftop
confident
on
if
it.
you think long enough.
You think really?
I don't know.
You would go for that if we make a rooftop on it?
I am like so excited to see what that place is going to look like as not a gas station.
Really?
Yes,
You didn't like
I
Johnny's?
drive by there every day. No, it'll just be a new thing. This is a new business that you're bringing in, and I think
Well, you see the
it has a
improvement?
lot of potential.
That whole rotary, you see what happened to the Cumberland Farms, that whole redo, and you see the Healing Center across. That whole redevelopment of that area is looking fantastic.
You've been
We
there
want to
long
see
enough
that
to
a
know
part
what
of
it
that.
looked like with the old Cumbies and the old McDonald's and
Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, you go back.
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
that's-
circular building. But yes, but my point is,
You
Paul is
high
right.
traffic
there's a lot of
area.
money going into that area.
It's very visible to a lot of the citizens in Fitchburg and passersby. We want to promote a good
There's a
image.
lot of history, customers who gassed there since the 50s.
Sure.
So to keep the heritage, I'm very proud of, Johnny Tebow, I took it over from Tebow. I would love if I had that little bit extra money to keep that spirit of Cleghorn in the design of the facade. I really would. If you guys have ideas, I would love to hear them.
I think when Bill does, or whoever you hire, I assume it's Bill, but when they do the front elevation, they can, because we've seen them a million times, you can do the front elevation and show your canopy, show your design of what you propose for that gas station, knowing what we've all said about it, what you want to propose, what you think is going to look good, show the sign that you're going to use. You might not have the name
There's
yet.
no signs allowed.
Right.
Good.
Well, then you've got to show, because right now it's got all the placards on it. Take them off and show how that's going to look with it off. And, right, how the front of the, there are signs allowed because there's signs at
Well, that's a
the learning.
but that's retail. Yeah, you
Right.
can't say.
Your signs are allowed.
Well,
Our delivery.
they can actually use the word cannabis.
yes, but
that's a misnomer.
here's okay.
But-
Listen, you don't want to advertise that.
No. What I'm saying is,
It's not
there should be something there on the
correct.
facade.
You can use the address.
Yes.
Just on the side of the canopy, put grass, not gas.
Oh, no.
At that.
So
you don't want to
you
advertise
get the gist of the conversations.
Yes, I will come back.
If you're
with-
not sure about anything we talked about tonight and you want to go back, probably later tonight or tomorrow, they'll broadcast this meeting. You can go right to FATV. You can rewatch to see what we talked about if you didn't take notes. So, but you get the gist of there's still some stuff outstanding. I don't know. Paul, I don't know if you want to. I
I'd
don't know
like
if
to take
Nick
Nick's
has anything
comments.
extra. Yeah.
It's there too, and we
Nick
have
or
some
Jeff,
other.
I
We
don't know
have
if
some
you
other
guys-
public comment. Yep.
One second.
Hold on a second.
Thanks, Paula. I think a lot of my comment has already been discussed. DPW is more focused on the curb cuts, making sure that those were narrowed down, restoring the sidewalk and curbing to city standards. And I think that's been covered, and the applicant's definitely aware of where we're coming from there. So I would just offer, if there's any questions that come up before the next meeting, please feel free to reach out to DPW and we can try to assist.
Yeah, so that's a good offer. So rather than wait to bring it to the board, is just, you have your idea, you can bring it right to DPW and say, hey, this is what we're proposing.
The
Do we have
curb
to
cut in
change
particular,
anything?
because
Yes.
Nick knows more about it than we do, so show it to them and say, does this make sense? And they can probably give you some guidance as to where the curb cuts make sense and, what you would need to do. Like I said.
That makes a lot less back and forth.
Correct.
Yeah. Keep in mind, your property there is extremely high visibility.
Yes.
And you have a real chance to add some appeal to that area.
Yes.
And really make that whole area look right. And when you're talking putting in wood overhead doors, you're already on the right track.
Yes.
And that if you follow through with that theme with your architect, I think you're going to have a great looking.
We would like to, some of the ideas, that hill Mr. Boschman mentioned, we would like to landscape the hill, mulch it. You know the hill when you're driving by?
Oh, yes.
That whole dirty looking, ugly looking hill.
Cleaning up the vegetation is big.
At the very least, cut it down every once in a while. That'd be great.
Yes.
That's what you're going to say? Okay.
Yes, yes.
If you want, he had his hand raised a second ago. Can I go there?
Yes, of course.
Well, I'd like, if we want, we'd have Councilor Boschman come up. So.
Oh, yeah. You want to come to the podium and? Because we can't hear you.
The public can't hear you
until you're at the podium.
Right.
Well, we can. They can't.
All right. I understand, my name's Paul Boschman, by the way, I'm a Ward 2 councilor. I understand what the young man is saying about the curb cuts. When Johnny Sunoco owned that business, he used to plow the snow in like those 2 parking spots way at the end, and he used to go right up on the bank. And now if you raise the curb, it makes it very difficult for a guy that's with a plow to try to push that snow up on the bank, and it's really, really hard. You got to be very, very good at doing it. So I can understand with him. I'm very strict with him. If you don't believe it, I talk to him a couple of times with some of the things I didn't like. I had some other things to say, but I want to stay out of it, to be honest with you.
One more thing. The advertising signs on the train tracks, there's a company that comes and cuts all the vegetation, and they use sometimes backhoes to get up there. Yeah. So I just want to let you guys sometimes do that.
And I mean, these are good conversations to have with the DPW. Run it by them, and I don't know. Like I said,
The solution to the curb cuts, to talk to them about it.
Yeah. I think if you satisfy them to the best of your ability, and like I said, repair some of the curbing. I'm sorry.
Any other thing I was just, if the business doesn't, I have a hard time when a guy's in business, and I'm not sticking up for him because I understand you're the planning board, where you want him to take out the pumps. My problem is, if the business doesn't make it, he can always go back to his original things without adding more expense. He's going to be investing a lot of money in this one business, taken away from a livelihood that he's making, selling gas and repairing cars. He's doing away with that. Now, we're telling him to close off the curb cuts to make the areas shorter to turn. And it's hard, he's absolutely right, it's hard if you're coming around that rotary to get in there sometime. Sometimes the cars are backed up, so you got to go around the other way. But if he has to close the business, he'll be able to go right back into his old business. I'm not sticking up for him, but if it was me and I was doing it, that's what I would be saying to you. If I don't make it on this business, I can go right back to the other one without investing a lot more money. We're hurting. I understand what you want, but I'm also looking at my pocketbook too, that if I don't make it on this one, I get something else to go back.
It is not lost on us, Paul, that that's a fallback. It's I don't fault him for it. No. It's just we need to make sure that we're going to plan we're going to plan based on the expectation that this is going to be successful and survive. So now is the only time we can talk about making the property look good. So that's what we're doing.
All right. So okay, thank you.
He's right, and Chief LeMay is right. and you all understand that there's a fallback plan if the business doesn't work. That's my hesitation to keep. It's about $40,000 for a canopy. If we take it out and we go back to it, I'll do it. If you guys think you want it that way, I'll do it. I'll remove it, you know. I'll just put the money back if we reopen again.
I think there's a way you can decorate it to make it look less like a gas
We can
station.
incorporate it in the new business. There are ways to incorporate it. Again, that's why I asked for suggestions. Our ideas could be wild. My ideas could be wild. My mind works all the time. The canopy is a great advertising vehicle.
Get wild.
You can LED it, by the way.
Well, no.
No. We want people like not their eyes up there when they're going around the Rotary.
Yeah.
And you don't want that attraction to your facility. You're trying to be, like, it look nice, but it's not for
No,
people
you can't advertise marijuana.
Correct.
But you can, put a beautiful landscape picture on it.
As we've recently learned, to Pat's point, you can use the word cannabis, though. Not that you can. I'm saying other people do. Ethos does on their sign.
Right, but they're trying to attract people.
Originally it was called Uber Blunt, right?
Yeah.
Before we changed it.
Yes, I saw that, yeah. No. But I think you get the gist of it. Just make it look good. Come back with a plan showing it look good.
Thank you for your time, guys. It's been really helpful.
More public comment.
Yes.
Is there anyone in the audience that has any comments? Please raise your hand.
Is no one virtually?
Okay, just want to check. All right. Great.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
You did a good job filling in for Attorney Silverman. Thank you. Make a motion to continue to our April meeting. If you think a couple weeks before the April meeting you won't have everything together in time, just say I'm not ready yet. Go to May. But as of right now, 4th Tuesday in April. I'll put that in the form of a motion.
All right. Second. Motion's been made with a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. Okay, we got one approved tonight.
I don't even have the current agenda. I have the old one, so I don't know what's next.
All right.
Special permit
Yeah,
for
we have a
site
special permit. Oh, this one's going to take a while. And we did Pete's Store. Sorry, that one was gone.
Beach Street.
And
Paula?
we could do Beach Street.
Let's do it.
This shouldn't take
Can we do like the Spaceballs wedding
too long.
version?
I think you sensed me saying that quietly and jumped right on it.
Get them starving.
Yeah. Let me get.
And then we'll see if there's anybody here from Hubcraft, and then we can put our attention to Green Soul, because that one's going to take a while.
All right. This is the first I've seen the Mark Barbadoro letter. Did you see this letter?
No. I've seen no comments yet.
I am in receipt of a building permit application for plan unit development. This appears to be a PUD that was previously filed and has subsequently expired. The PUD was signed by the chair 10/18/2007. Well, that's the first. That's 2 iterations ago. In addition to the requirement of PUD, site plan approval is also required in accordance. The subject property is located with Red Sea. Applicant is proposing 8 two-family dwellings, 16 dwelling units on one lot. 2-family dwellings are allowed on the table of uses and therefore allowed under PUD. Although not required by a PUD, the lot does appear to satisfy the section multifamily lot area requirement. I'm trying to see if there's anything in here that's pertinent to what we're doing. Lot does not appear to satisfy the frontage requirement in the table, however. Appears to allow board flexibility and require minimum frontage, yada, yada, yada. It's nothing, it's not even a letter of determination. I don't even know why that's.
Was that a
necessarily in there.
waiver? Hold on.
Lastly, the following findings in section 181.7251 to 7257 must be made if a PUD is to be approved. So 251.
By various types.
Yeah, that's the PUD zoning, which I think we've since 2007.
Yeah, so he
Right,
must
for the
not have
record, I
had the
should
most
probably
recent
introduce
plan.
myself.
The only question I have is, was the most recent iteration, which we did, what, 2 years ago?
It's 2000.
Was that recorded in the registry? That's my only question.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, because that's the biggest
It was, the
hurdle.
most recent decision was 2021.
Okay, so Mark must just not have had access to the
Right.
most recent decision. We have a tax compliance cert here for AG Dream Flip, which is the prior owner?
Current.
Oh, you still haven't transferred title?
No.
Okay, I was under the impression that's why we did that last month.
Next week? Yeah, I'll introduce myself before we dive into this. I know you all know me, but Patrick McCarty, McCarty Engineering, and Amit is the
One of the owners.
one of the owners of the entity that's purchasing the property.
Okay.
We were supposed to transfer the title this beginning of April, but we need to wait the 20 days period. I just received today the paperwork that was signed, and we need to wait another 20 days to see if there's any appeal on that.
You don't have to, well, I'll say you don't have to wait the 20 days. That's just puts you at risk if anybody does appeal it. But that's just appeal of the transfer.
Yeah, but we don't want to take any unnecessary risk.
Yes, that's
What
just
what is in your hand right there?
That's the transfer of the existing special
We didn't
permit.
do that.
We did it was a minor.
No. I thought you just told me 2 days ago you were going to do it as part of the site.
And they said they didn't want it that way.
Okay, that's fine. Okay,
Didn't-
so it changed
No,
since you and I talked
it
about
changed
That's fine.
overnight because they said they wanted it sooner rather than later. I was going to incorporate it into this decision, so you'd have the 20 days.
Yeah, I understand that
It would
was
all be tied
misconfusing.
together because now it's two.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure.
No, I'm glad you.
I'm glad you guys got what you need to get, and we'll carry on.
Thank you. So I think that this is a pretty straightforward one. As I just mentioned, we've been before the board since 2007 with this particular piece of property, with the PUD, and then back to a cul-de-sac with the couple of lots for the Arc of Opportunity, then back to the PUD again, which was most recently approved in November of 21 as four-unit buildings. All we're simply requesting is to modify the special permit to have 8 two-unit buildings, so now we have 16 units. When we had 16 units before, we just have twice as many buildings. So rather than fourplexes, they're duplexes. The road's the same, the utilities are the same, the grading did change because we did some more recent test pits at the proposed stormwater basin, which we had to raise the elevation to get our 2-foot separation from seasonal high groundwater, and shifted that grading back through the site. But other than that, it's the same project.
Same conditions that previously you're
Do you have any
fine with.
elevations? Like, what are these going to look
Yeah,
like?
we showed them. Remember, we came in a month ago and presented just the layout plan as like a.
Is that in this stamped plan list or no?
No, we submitted them.
Okay.
This is the updated full set of site plans.
Yeah, let me see what I can find
At the last meeting, Paula, when we presented just the layout of the 4
228.
buildings. Yeah.
They'll be there.
No, I just have tax compliance request and transfer authorization. Unless it's under hearings, but I doubt that.
So it's honestly
it's under
very
my
similar to the unit that was proposed at the first hearing this evening, where it's single-car garage, entrance to the side, little peak.
Okay.
To define it. Very similar. We had
They're
presented the
all
plan last time.
and they're a little somewhat different, or they're going to be not all the same color, or are they plan to be all the same color?
All the buildings will be identical, but, if you want to mix and match the colors, then, I don't think we'd oppose to a condition that.
Just trying to see the elevation, because it's kind of like you don't want to.
I can't, I don't have anything.
But-
Did you find it?
I didn't even find it in my old
I went back
in
to
my old
last
emails.
month's, but it wasn't in.
Go back to the email from Mr. King, Paul, if you have that.
Yes, I do.
It's on the bottom of that.
Hold on.
Do we get fire department comments I guess one concern was just because of the still buildings, just the distance between the buildings, if that was adequate.
Oh, you know what? Oh, I might have it.
So no fire department comments yet.
No fire department comments.
How long ago was that? 2 months ago? Pat?
Yeah, probably
Oh, January, February? All right, let's see.
Maybe if you search your sent items to me.
Yeah, I can search,
Search for whoever.
I'll search Beach Street.
I think Mr. King was in the January meeting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this happened in between meetings, though.
Oh, okay.
What Pat's talking about. That's right here. Maybe this is it. Nope, that's an agenda. Right here.
We have it?
Street layout. Beach Street layout. Oh, this thing right here. Hold on. Am I not talking to myself again? Hold, bear with me.
Like, oh, great.
New share. I gotta always remember to pause. I gotta always remember to
That's it.
pause so that no one sees my emails.
Aha. Great, thank you.
Yep.
So there was a comment that just came in, Pat, that like we usually do, you can vet out with DPW. But I was a little surprised, and I don't know if maybe it was in the prior comments or maybe it's even in the approval. I don't know. It says the plans indicate that the DMH5 will be connected to an existing catch basin on Beach Street. This catch basin is part of the city's combined sewer separation project. It's a sanitary sewer project, and therefore no new drainage can be added into the system per city code. Separation of the combined system is anticipated prior to 2030. Applicant to revise and resubmit. And then the other one is, there's an excavation moratorium on Beach Street, which I think we talked about last time. It says, please contact DPW to determine whether an exception would be granted.
Yeah, so we changed, I think.
Yeah, because you were going from Napoleon Street or whatever it was.
I think the water's, we addressed that in the revised plans, because the water's now coming down.
Martel.
When I read his comments,
Martel
that was what I thought, because I remember we talked about Beach Street being, because at that point it had just been paved, I think, when we talked last time, or was in the process of. And then there's the normal stuff: drains and manhole frames and covers shall be conform to city standards. Precast concrete drain manhole detail, please provide 3 courses of brick. Using brick instead of concrete. I saw the 3 courses of brick somewhere else. Maybe that was, oh, there it is. Please revise the detail to indicate a minimum of 3 courses of brick. Has the applicant considered working with the city to purchase land needed to create an alternative driveway that comes out on Daniel Street instead of Beach Street? This will avoid issues with the excavation moratorium, which I think we just covered. But yeah, the history on that, this is an interesting history on this site. So, Nick, that one goes back a long ways when the Legion was involved.
It's like moving along.
Yeah, so I think that's like nuts and bolts engineering stuff. So I think if the board is happy with the layout and the units, since the count didn't change, the road didn't change, if a condition for us to work out the technical drainage stuff with Nick in the engineering department, we'd certainly be amenable to that.
Buffers didn't change.
Nope.
Any of the
Clearing didn't
former
change.
conditions, it's just more or less this layout of the buildings.
We chopped the 4-unit building, went, that's about it.
And we had some pretty. I know the decision's in here. I'm just trying to, for the sake of time, I'm not going into it. We had some pretty substantial screening, right, between those 2 property owners on the entryway there. Fencing and vegetation, I think.
No, it's because we were actually going to provide a driveway to the one on the right per the 2007 approval.
Yeah.
Right, and they
said, no, I
declined.
don't want it.
Yeah, all right.
I said, oh, okay. So.
Okay.
There was still some
All right.
fencing on the left-hand side, that was substantial, with the pool and everything.
Here's the recorded permit.
You butter.
On the left side, on the entry road, yes.
Yes.
Oh, here it is. Subject to planning board review and approval of a revised site plan showing additional privacy fencing adjacent to 267 and 277 Beach Street and along the Boudreaux property line up to the railroad tie retaining wall, and relocated guest parking dispersed on both sides of that site. I know the relocated parking, I think I saw in the area that you took over, didn't I see that in your plan?
So does the site plan show that?
Not to dive too deep into that conversation because I'll say things that I
All right.
regret in the public forum because of how that went down.
So that is a condition that is not satisfied, so just bear in mind that you have to satisfy that condition, unless your plan does show privacy fencing along those. I do remember, if you go back and
Oh, yeah,
watch...
we have privacy fence.
All the left side of a
I think that they did satisfy when they divided up the parking, they included.
Perfect, okay, good.
Yeah, I'd love nothing more than to screen the land that was stolen from our veterans, but that's another story for another day.
Subject to planning board review and approval of final building elevations, which obviously will be part of the reapproval, the condition to be similar to what you just showed us.
Yes, we would expect the same conditions to carry forward into the amended decision with the added condition
And
to...
Paul, did you receive fire department comment?
Yes, no comment was theirs. They were, Captain Kringen sent me an email. I sent him an email and I said, you know, let me see if I can find it.
We want to print that off for the record when you do have that. Send it.
Yeah.
Or you could just forward it to me, it's fine.
Yeah, forward it to Chantel.
I'll find it if you bear with me for 1 second.
And as he's doing that, is there, I don't think, well, there's no one in the audience here.
There's still some people virtually, though.
Well, unless Council Boschman, but is there anybody in the audience?
Jeff Hillman has his hand raised.
Okay. While you're looking, we can hear from Jeff.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, Board. I'd like to bring to your attention the water main section that's going out towards, I believe it's Martell Street, across their proposed retention basin. Based on the site plan, it appears that it has a minimum of 1 foot of coverage over the top of the water main from the bottom of the basin and would be susceptible to frost heaving during the winter months.
No, I mean, the water main would be set with 5 feet of cover. If the grade dives down, then you would dive the water main down deeper below it.
I mean, as for DPW standards, we'd prefer to see revisions on the site plan to show those bends or fittings to show that coverage. But in the initial plan right there does not show that.
Show coverage.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. The detail itself says that the water main section says that you have to maintain 5 feet of cover. But if you want to see the vertical bends, we can do that. And, you know, that was where I was going with the condition that, you know, any technical sewer water drainage comments to be addressed between our firm and the DPW as a condition of the modified special permit.
Okay.
Okay.
At least that's something that can be done.
Mm-hmm.
Revise.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Jeff.
The hardest part about this is I'm fighting with 3 windows, so I'm used to doing this on multiple screens, so just bear with me.
So we have that. Is there, and so there's anybody else in the audience?
Hey, Paula, this is Nick Erickson here. Mind if I make one more
go right
comment? So the plans that we just got showed 2 catch basins tying into a manhole, tying into that an existing catch basin on Beach Street. So, but what's up on the screen doesn't show all that. So is the latest proposal to remove those catch basins and drain manhole
No,
that are tying?
Nick, the plan that's on the screen was just to show the elevation view of the building.
This was pre-engineering.
So I guess we can't allow a drainage tie-in on Beach Street because it's a combined system.
Yep.
If we do that, EPA is going to freak out, and we don't want to go there. We've been there already. We're under consent decree. So I guess, Patrick, we got to figure out where that drainage is going to go. I guess it can go into that catch basin that's there, right at the driveway apron.
Yeah, I think we can flip that, Nick, or we can flip it backwards. I mean, fortunately, it's all sand and gravel. So
okay.
We could do a little storm tech underneath the driveway.
Yeah, that would work. As long as we're not sending it all into Beach Street, we want to try to not increase the amount of flow to the existing catch basin. And like I said, we can't allow another tie-in there. So But yeah, if you think you can handle it with grading or a little storm tech system or whatever, that would be fine too.
Yeah, then any overflow could hit that existing catch basin if it stages up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we don't have a timeline for combined sewer separation there. My guess is it probably won't be till the late 2020s, just because of our other priorities. So probably like a 2028-ish time frame.
Okay.
All right.
Right. And I know, Paul, if you can't find it, Paul, that's okay. Just reiterate what
Yeah,
you stated, and
I'll
we'll
have to
find.
look at it.
We'll get the document.
The gist of it was, I asked him, because there was the spacing between buildings and everything else was a problem, and he gave me the code, and he said, no, he said, as far as they were concerned, it was fine.
Okay.
So I'll see if I can find it, and if I can, I know it's in here somewhere. I don't know why I'm
All
having
right.
such a hard time.
So, any further public comment? Questions from the board?
Jeff has his hand raised. Jeff, was that from before, or did I just not lower your hand?
No, I'm sorry. That was from.
No, you don't have to be
before.
sorry. No problem. I just want to make sure we didn't miss you.
All right. That being said, does the board have enough information this evening?
I do.
I think so.
Okay.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's been made to close the hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, discussion?
As long as we carry over the conditions, which I know were well thought out and vetted a year and a half ago, whenever it was, the only additional thing is the elevations, the new elevations,
Yep.
I believe. And then obviously,
New
subject to
elevation.
satisfaction of the DPW comments that we
Yep.
talked about.
DPW comment.
Nick's letter, which Chantel came forward to Pat.
Is everyone okay with the elevations? The style's fine?
Yeah.
Everything? Yep, okay. Fine. All right, that being said, with those provisions,
Make a motion to approve.
wait, actually, one more question. What's the deadline date? What's the timetable for development expectation?
We want to start as well as once we transfer the title and there's no any, we're going to submit the permits and start working.
So complete within 3 years?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. I got to put dates on these things.
18 months.
Yeah, no, good call.
Sooner the better.
Before we do that.
No, I want
meet
18
everyone's
months, but 3
expectation
years,
here
I'll take 3 years.
on that. So, a motion with those conditions to carry over, that Paul stated, the new elevations, DPW comments, and with a 3-year completion date, with a second. And all those in favor say aye, all those opposed say opposed, and I'm going to take roll call. Alin?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
Excellent.
Thank you very
all
much.
Great.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Good luck to you.
Have a good night.
Okay, that makes 2.
Making progress. This blows my mind that I can't find this email. It's driving me nuts.
Search for King. Do you have so many emails from King that?
No, Ryan Kringen from Captain
Ryan
Kringen.
Kringen.
Yeah, and no, I don't. His name comes up, but it's not showing up. But anyway, I'll find it.
Okay.
I'll find it.
And it's like, I want to belabor time, we only have not much time left this evening, and we do want to get to Green Soul, but I should open the hearing at least for,
Oh.
What happened?
I don't know, but we have power.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, is it censored? Because no one's moved? Oh, they just moved.
somebody just moved. Okay, hold on, everyone.
Hey, Dan, do we know what's going on here?
Our lights just went out. Oh, we're still broadcasting, but our lights.
That's weird.
Oh.
I think we just started moving around.
Oh, you know what? Maybe daylight savings changed because we've been in here past 10:30. So I don't know. Who knows?
Okay. Is there anybody for short-lived Hubcraft? I'm just going to at least open the hearing for that. We know we're going to need some feedback regarding this, so it's probably not going to be moving tonight, but we want to open the hearing.
Let me pull up the. Yes, we have Howard. Yes, you are allowed to talk. We can't hear you yet, though, so.
Hello, board.
Yes, can you just speak up a little bit?
Hi. Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you for seeing us. Just talking about the Hubcraft, I think hopefully you guys have the ability to post up some of the I guess the drawings that we have.
Paul, it's just a floor. It was a floor plan. Actually, could you explain to me and to us what exactly you're asking? Because we've asked for a narrative of what you're asking for a modification this evening, and it hasn't been forthcoming. So we haven't been able to get any department comments on it. So it's going to have to be extended, this hearing, till I was going to say another month till we get those comments back.
My apologies. I thought I had sent out the narrative, but I guess that doesn't fit the criteria. Kind of to give a bit of context into what we're doing is we're just building out 3 rooms at the moment so we can create a room for pre-rolls, post-processing. So we would buy the material and finish it in-house to be distributed.
I'm trying to pull it up. Just bear with me for 1 second. That's the wrong one.
Was this different from your original plan? How is it different from your original plan?
That's correct. The original plan had a large-scale cultivation facility, which is still what we're intending to do. But we have a strategic partner that's coming in now. However, because of the supply crunch and the timeline on getting it built out, we were delayed in the project. So what we did was we pivoted, and right now we're just going to be serving the brands that we existingly have in the state. We'd like to bring the business in-house rather than have it with our strategic partners.
Okay. There you go, Paula.
All right. This is what we got.
Yes. So this is a much smaller than the previous one. It's in the other side of the building, the side where we weren't going to be. This was supposed to be phase 2. So what we did was we switched over phase 1 and phase 2. Now phase 1 construction, that's going to be where the cultivation will be. Phase 2 is right where that red circle is. That's correct. So we still have a cogeneration plant that's going to be coming in, but that will be active at the end of the year to January of next year. So we can't really do anything in the cultivation side until the cogen is in place. So what we're doing for now is building out this space so we can actually produce various manufactured products for cannabis, of course.
So on the floor plan, so the red demarked area is now the floor plan showing on the other diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Howard, correct me if I'm wrong, orientation-wise, this looks like it's upside down. That's the side, the red circle is the side that's closest to the plaza, with the Vogue Plaza?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's facing the wrong way, but it's, so yeah. So this is... Is
it, or is it that facing the...
Yeah, so Vogue Plaza's where my cursor is, over here.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, on that side. Got it. Yeah, the length.
So it's turned up. It should be this way.
Yeah. No, but the parking is above the red circle.
Yes. The parking lot's up here.
Parking lot's up there.
Correct.
And back to the floor plan.
If you don't mind going back to the floor plan, I can. So the right side where it says up on the right where your cursor is, that should be facing up. If it was going to be the same as the image that you just showed earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Vogue Plaza would be over here on this side.
So was this not in the original plan area with security cameras and aspect of how this connects to the rest of the building? So it got comment from building and police?
No, ma'am. It was not included in the previous drawings that we submitted. The previous one that we submitted was for extractions and cultivation. Okay. This one is for finished processing. So we would essentially buy the oil, we would get the flour, or we would get the trim, and we would post-process it and turn it into pre-rolls, cartridges, and various manufactured products. So no extraction necessary. It's very basic. It's mainly a packaging and distribution site.
Okay. So I'm going to recommend that you provide this with the overall, how your flow works through the building with your plan, Because this is just showing a piece of it?
Right. So that essentially that would be blocked off. So where you see the shaded area to the left, that would be blocked off, and there would be no entrance, or nobody would be able to go through there. So what we did was we added another egress. If you see the entrance kind of doorway down below, that would be the secondary exit. So in the meantime, this would be an isolated space until phase 1 gets built out.
Well, then
and we can
that
scale.
definitely needs review.
Yeah, Captain LeMay's on. I don't know if, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Captain LeMay, but if you've seen this, I don't know if you've seen this or if you knew anything about it. I clearly, if you want time to think about it, we're going to take time, because we didn't, Paul and I think the rest of the board didn't even know what this was other than the picture we got. So it's up to you. If you want to say anything, you're welcome to.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, this is the first I'm seeing this as well, so I'd like to just hold my comment until I can review it a little bit.
Okay.
And get some more information on what they're proposing with this change of direction.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I mean, Howard, you can certainly understand that it adds an extra layer of, I guess, maybe complexity, that it's a segregated, completely separate part of this use. So, we definitely need more information from you as far as, how it pertains to the entire site. And I remember you had originally had some like fencing in that courtyard area, how that ties into where this space is. We need more than just a floor plan.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's all about the security and then how the employees are vetted, because typically they would be through another main entrance.
Especially that separate entry, that separate door, this one on the right, which is going to be in basically into the parking area, which just seems like a security issue.
Yeah, other times there's like a double vestibule.
Yeah, or at least some way to vet them when they come in.
Right.
Someone walks in that door, how do you vet that it's an employee before they get into secured space? So, that's the sort of information you might want to run by Captain LeMay and get a feel for it before our next meeting, so everyone's on the same page, and then you can explain to us how that ties into the whole site. You can show it on the site plan, how it ties into the security in the whole site, and your security plan and all that sort of thing, and that way we can make sure that even though it's separate, that it makes sense.
And any type of, we mentioned like packaging, manufacturing, but making sure any odor controls are in place for that. There should be nothing escaping.
Understood. And may I ask, how do I reach to Cap LeMay?
Fitchburg Police Department, right, Captain?
That's correct. You can reach me at the police department. Just call and ask for me. They'll transfer you up to my office, or my email address is available on the city website if you want to email me directly.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And there's another item that you were looking at this evening is a permit extension.
Yes, ma'am. So the permit has expired. So we're requesting if we can get an extension on the permit.
So just to be clear, so the rest of the board understands, because I think Paul and I are the only ones that saw this. It was going to expire prior to our last meeting, but we didn't have time to put it on the agenda. So we basically said, put it on for this meeting and we'll address it then. The professional opinion of our prior principal planner was that because the request was in before our prior meeting and we voluntarily moved it, that it would be okay to take action today. So my suggestion is going to be that because we're going to have to hear from them again and we have a few other issues, is to extend it to our next meeting, and then next meeting we handle everything together.
Good idea. All right.
Does that make sense, Howard?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to extend the expiration of the existing special permit to our April meeting.
Well, we don't have to do that. We opened it and we'll just.
Okay, because it's already open.
Yes,
That's fine.
we're not going to, right.
That's fine. Whatever you're
We
comfortable.
opened and we'll just continue.
Yeah,
it.
whatever you're comfortable with.
And then the request is in, the meeting's continued.
Yep, that makes sense too. Okay.
Otherwise, it's a separate permit altogether.
Definitely reach out to Captain LeMay sooner rather than later, get on the same page with them, and then be prepared to present to us, how this ties into the whole site in the security aspect.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You're welcome. You make a motion to continue?
I just did. That's
You
what
did.
I was doing, and you said no. You said
No, you make a motion to extend the permit.
to continue the
Yes,
hearing.
just to
Make a
continue
motion to
the
continue the hearing until.
All right, thank you. The
Sorry.
second.
Sorry.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? I know, it's starting
It's
to
late
get
in the night.
late.
It's just everything
All
blends.
right, and we're on to our last hearing for the evening.
Okay.
We have special permit and site plan review for Green Soul LLC, 32 Oak Hill Lane, for cannabis cultivation facility. I'll just say this is definitely going to go beyond one meeting, so we'll have our intros here.
So
Get exposed to the project.
I just hit allow to talk for 2 people. Hold on, let me. Oh man, you have so many. Oh my goodness.
Did you mean the hub
only click it on one? Whoever Sierra Grant is, you should click raise hand on multiple different accounts, so there's showing up all over the place. Hold on. All right, allow to talk.
That's
Allow to talk. Brian Goodrow. I assume all the people raising hands are involved with the project. Sierra Grant's, you raised it 4 different hands here, so bear with me. I've hit allow to talk on all of them so far.
I shared my one link with everybody, so that's probably why you're seeing my name a bunch of times.
All right. Well, you have 4 hands raised right now that are all allowed to talk. So I'll let you decide who's going to talk. And I
appreciate that.
And I have, I don't know if everyone's going to. I have Rich Harden, Tanya Carrera.
Yes.
Okay. So I let everyone talk. So you guys can vet it out how you want.
And if they have slides that they want to present, can you?
We do, yeah. If you could choose the cultivation deck 2023 there, the 4th one down. And then Richard Harding's going to get us started here. Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome.
No problem at all. Sorry for the delay tonight. You've been very patient.
Not a problem.
Okay. Can I make one request to Mr. Harding that I read through most of your presentation. Can we focus on site specifics and not necessarily we don't need to get into a lot of the feel good stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Right. All right. Well, that would just require us to, if you could be more specific about what you'd like to hear.
Well, you have a limited time frame, so I would say give us a summary of the project, and then we'll go from there.
All right, I'll do my best. Can you bear with me, Mr. Vice Chair? I've listened to your entire meeting, and you guys are doing some great work. And I know you're going to want some serious questions, but let me try to attempt to do what you asked, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm just asking for a little grace. Okay? So first of all, just thank you for having us. We're grateful to be able to bring our project to you tonight, and I'm very interested in what your concerns and questions are. I'm going to just streamline our process by saying I'm a former Fitchburg State graduate who is, this is one of the great honors of my life to be able to do business in Fitchburg, hopefully, and I want to introduce our team, but mainly we're going to be, if you could go to the next slide, whoever's controlling, keep going up, yeah. So we're Green Soul, we're a vertically integrated lifestyle brand focused on quality, culture, and consumer experience. But for this purpose, we're here to introduce our project, which is a state-of-the-art cultivation and manufacturing facility, creating innovative and relevant cutting-edge products. We plan to maintain a seed bank to sustain quality and a diverse menu. And we also are basing our retail strategy on having other prime locations, in this case in Somerville and Cambridge. And just as a factoid, we are the first Black-owned, vertically integrated cultivation outfit, I believe, in the state. And we plan to hopefully distribute our products all throughout the 351 cities and towns. We are committed to being a good neighbor. We're also ready to, with you all, do what it is that's necessary to make sure this project can move forward in the most expeditious way. I know you all are busy. We have our own deadlines, but I'm grateful that we have tonight at least the beginning of a great conversation. And just a couple other things before we pass it on. You know, we have local owners, so you know, we're folks who are from Massachusetts mainly, and then also we plan to, when we're at scale, employ to begin 20 to 25 people, and also understand that we need to bring our philanthropic hat with our generosity through our foundation and also through job training and workforce development. So I'm hopeful that we can have a great conversation tonight to hopefully move this forward. And I'm going to, if you go up to one more slide, just pass it back to Sarah, and then I'll come back really quickly just to tell you who our strategic partners are.
Thanks, Richard. I think what we'll do in the interest of time, because I know you guys want to get straight to it, if we can just skip down to slide 7, we can just really get straight to the renderings. Yeah, right there. And I think the best thing for us to do at this point would be to hand it over to Brian Goudreau from Hancock Associates, who's the engineer on the project, and then Tanya Carrier from Calsa Design, who's the architect, and just kind of run through these slides, and then you know, hopefully, whatever, given the time constraints, we can figure out what the next step is in terms of questions that we're going to address today. So I think that makes the most sense. So Brian and Tanya, if you're available and still on.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So Brian Goudreau here. We are the civil engineers on this project. So the rendering that you see kind of gives you a visual of what is going to be, but it also gives you context of what we're dealing with kind of topographically. So the red brick building is an existing mill building that's intended to be revitalized. The building behind it is an existing warehouse that's intended to be raised to the foundation, and then a new 3-story building constructed on top. On this side of the site, there's 2-tiered parking. There's a lower tier on Oak Hill and an upper tier on Fairmont. We have 19 spaces on the lower lot with ADA access. There's a ramp against the building. You can kind of see it in that picture, in the visual, up to the main entrance, and then we have the main entrance with the staircase down. Connecting the two parking lots, there's going to be a retaining wall that's about 12 feet high, about that first story. And in between the two parking lots, you'll be able to basically park on the Fairmont Street, employees will, and then walk down the stairs to get into the building. If you could scroll to the next slide. So this is a top-down overview that shows the entirety of the project. So we were looking up at the first two buildings from Oak Hill Drive. So again, the phase 1 portion is rehabbing the existing mill building, the new cultivation building behind it, and then there's a phase 2 piece of this project for expanded cultivation that's represented in the pink. In between the phase 1, phase 2, there's a little gap in the building that's going to be for HVAC equipment. If you look at the space in between the brick building and the cultivation building, there's another kind of courtyard area, if you will. It's open air for employees in between the buildings. And then going back up to the phase 2 portion, there's kind of a landscaping area on the back side of it, on the Oak Hill side of it. That's actually going to be where we're proposing the majority of our stormwater drainage. Beneath that, there's an access drive that goes to a loading dock off of Oak Hill. And then on Oak Hill proper, there's an existing parking area. There's 6 spots that are down there. We're proposing transformers, and then 4 secured parking spots as well. If you could scroll down to the next slide, and this is a plan view of kind of that whole schematic. So to keep it, I know we're tight on time, so to keep it kind of high level, all of our existing utilities to the building come off of Oak Hill Lane, and we're intending to reuse what we can, replace what has been deteriorated or that we can't reuse. The drainage is a very unique aspect of this parcel. So if you're familiar with the site, drainage is a little bit of non-compliant, if you will. It's just a carryover from the mill building and the buildings behind it. So essentially when it rains, water sheds off of the site from Fairmont through the site down to Oak Hill Lane. Oak Hill Lane has a series of catch basins that then convey runoff to the Nashua River. Now, what we've done is we looked at the site holistically, and we fall under redevelopment primarily for this project. So we're doing stormwater to the maximum extent practicable. Now, with that said, we have some considerable upgrades. So the existing mill building right now has some roof leaders that go into Oak Hill Lane. We're proposing to maintain that, but we're also introducing new stormwater management in both parking lots, in the upper tier and the lower tier. So there's going to be a series of catch basins that are installed, conveying runoff to a hydrodynamic separator, which provides us for our TSS removal, and then ultimately discharges it into Oak Hill Lane. We've done extensive soil testing across the site to understand groundwater conditions and texture and the extent of fill and ledge and refusal. And this portion of the site is going to be, our design methodology revolves around treatment. We don't have an opportunity to really do attenuation or to provide recharge on this portion. However, in looking at the site in the big picture, we are taking the phase 1 cultivation building that is in blue, the phase 2 cultivation building that is in purple, and we're taking all of that roof runoff and putting it into an underground system in the green space that's located between phase 2 and where it says former railroad easement, providing a very large underground recharge system to capture clean roof runoff, put it into the ground, attenuate, and then ultimately discharge out into Oak Hill Lane. So we've done all the calculations. We're not only reducing peak flows, but we're also reducing peak volume. So when we're done with development, the water running off this site is going to go into the ground, and it's going to be reduced from the existing condition. We've been working with engineering, had a little back and forth on the sewer connection, on roof drain connections out of the existing buildings, and we'll continue to work out some of those details. But that's the big picture of how we approach the site. Again, very high level, and I'm happy to dive into any of the nitty-gritty if there are questions on that. Otherwise, I'd like to turn it over to Tanya so that she can go through the building and programming of the actual spaces.
So,
can you talk about the phasing of the size of the canopy, phase 1, phase 2, number of employees, and odor mitigation?
This is Tanya Carrier from Culso Design, so I can include some of that in my presentation.
Thank you.
Yes. So next slide, please. So here's our proposed first floor plan, and this is the existing mill that you see here fronting on Oak Hill Lane. As Brian mentioned, our main entry will be off of the employee parking lot, which is accessed from Oak Hill Lane. So it's set back there from the street. When you enter, you'd enter into a vestibule, which would have glass, providing visibility to the security desk, which is located right in the main lobby. They'd also be able to monitor the parking area from that location. The rest of the first floor has employee lobby, locker rooms, break room, which opens out into that courtyard Brian spoke about, which is fully enclosed, and then different packaging and DEA storage rooms. And two features of the first floor here shown are vendor shipping and a receiving bay, one on each end. And those are fully enclosed areas for a van to pull in and the door to be fully enclosed for shipping or receiving. The shipping area also opens into a secure van parking area that has an additional 4 spaces. Next slide, please. So for your upper level, this is the second level of the mill, and that's where our addition connects due to the extensive grade change on the site. The first floor of the addition would be at the second level. And you can see the flower rooms will be in that back portion there. As Brian mentioned, we are planning to keep the existing foundation of that building and build on top 3 stories. So this would be one of the stories. The other 2 would look very similar without the mill section attached to it, because that part is only 2 stories.
Can you tell me what size, how many stories the 3-story section, I know it was planned to be 3 stories, but what is it currently now?
So right now it is 1 very tall story. So this would go up higher than the existing building by about 18 feet. And you'll see on some of the renderings how it's kind of set into the hill as you go behind on Fairmount.
Okay.
So our proposed square footages, the total square footage of phase 1 would be 116,099 square feet gross, and that would have 54,096 square feet cultivation area. Phase 2 would be another 39,370 gross square feet. So a combined total of 155,469 gross square feet. And some of our odor containment strategies include an airtight exterior wall construction for all the flower rooms or bedrooms, dry rooms, etc. We are planning for cooler wall panel construction. And then on the windows, there won't be window openings in the new addition area, but in the mill, we are planning to infill those and block them while still retaining some of the character, keeping in the mutton pattern similar to what's there with the infill. And then we are planning a closed loop system for the HVAC. And any air exhaust will be into the internal courtyard area, which will also be pre-filtered before exhausting. So next slide, please. And just briefly on the renderings, we saw them a bit earlier. Oh, it's a little slow, I guess. So here's our aerial view. So you can see the existing mill that I'm sure everyone's familiar with, and the proposed addition on the back. So for the design of the building, we wanted to keep the character of the mill while still infilling the windows so they're in a different color and they'll have the mutton pattern. And then on the addition, we gave it some variation in color and some areas for potential murals to be painted by artist. And then you can see phase 2 there on the right. It will connect in with the phase 1 building. Next. And here's the Oak Hill Lane view. So you can see the building addition behind the existing mill comes up kind of 1 story higher from that view. And then on Fairmount, you can see it's really built into the topography, just the way with the grade change, how it works. So the back side would be a little bit more discreet as it backs up to the residential kind of section of town.
Tanya, while we're on this slide, what's the elevation at grade on Fairmount Street, so where my cursor is right here, versus where it's built into the hill here? It looked like 46 feet when I was looking at your cross sections, but that can't be right.
I'll have to get it for you.
Yeah, so by next meeting, I'll let you continue, but I just want to give you 2 quick ones because we're on this. I have a bunch of concerns. 2 of the biggest ones are the height of this building, both these buildings, but particularly this building. It's going to depend on how much it towers over the fire station and the 3 family houses across the street. I already have the elevations of those 2 buildings. or those buildings. I'm curious, you know, I don't want to create kind of a, you know, like a corridor passway through here where it's going to feel all closed off, and it's just, those buildings seem abnormally big. The other, which obviously we can talk about more in the future, the other principal issue I have is, so in between your two buildings here, you have all your chiller locations. I'd rather you locate them in between your buildings here so that they're not an eyesore and a detriment for the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. So for the question, I did pull up the grading while you were going over that. So at the corner, okay, so if you're at that corner near where the mouse is, the grade is 526, and it goes up 20 feet to 546 as you go to the left of, just to the existing building. That's not to phase 2. So then to phase 2, it would go up to 554. Or
So from here to top of building, what is it?
Oh, to the top of it. I thought you were asking for the actual grade of.
No, I want to know how tall this building is
the
right
highest point. So that one's 526, and our top of building, I think, was it was shown on that section 5. We don't have it in the.
It was shown on. Oh, I can pull up.
570.
What's that?
570 at that.
Yeah, so it's 44 feet. That might be too tall.
Yeah, just at that corner, then it dwindles down pretty. Like I said, it's 20 feet grade change just to the next corner of phase 1.
So the 3 families are roughly 30 feet high across the street. I'd have to pull up Google Earth again to scale the size of the firehouse, but I want to say it was like 28 feet or 30 feet. I forget exactly what it was.
From street view, how tall is it from the street? How high?
So the elevation of the church, of the fire station, hold on, let me see if I can pull it up now. I had Google Earth Pro on my desktop. That's where I did it, because that's where you can do size of buildings. Let me see if I have it on this one.
Well, I was just saying that, bring that back for.
Right. I want to see a comparison of, you know, how this ties into the neighborhood. I think, and certainly I'm aware that, you know, this is an industrial building, but you're also abutting a residential neighborhood there. I think you have to be cognizant of that. I think you have to tone down the height of those buildings.
The other aspect, I'll just say, I mean, another concern is the addition of the second building, so it's within the buffer area. A lot of the facilities where we have looked at waiving the 300 feet has been for use of existing buildings and not for, you know, adding more of the use into the buffer area with the residents. I'd like to see also, you need to provide a list of the abutters and addresses within the 300 feet and redo your 300-foot map, because it was not done. It was done from like the center of the building when it's supposed to be done from the edge of the property, for the edge of any potential building to the edge of the abutter properties. So we need a list with all of the distances to those properties. When you're seeking waivers, they have to be very exact in those cases. Looking at the, I guess we'll let you talk about the number of employees too, but you're looking, I think at one point when reading the document, it was like a starting phase 1 of tier 7, but then the slide said tier 6. And then you're going all the way up to tier 11, which is for the CCC up to that, pretty close to that 100,000 square foot of canopy. There's very close proximity to this facility. There's already a 100,000 square foot cultivation manufacturing facility, and their employee count with that amount of canopy is over 120 employees. And
no, it's over 200 employees.
Over 200 employees, and they
120
have,
on their biggest shift.
And they have 171 spaces, and they're in demand, and they have to do it on very interesting shifts with having a delay even in between shifts to allow people to leave and other people to come in. So just say that for the sheer amount of canopy and looking at 40 spaces, saying that that's just the number of employees, I think has to be really demonstrated, because it's not what we've seen, and it's, again, a facility that's right proximate potentially to this one, so we may have to really look at increasing the parking.
Richard, I think Richard was the first one that spoke, said 30 to 35 at opening. At maximum size, what is your anticipated employee count? At full build-out, 100,000 square foot canopy, what's your anticipated build-out?
Can you hear me? This is Taba.
Yes.
Taba Moses.
Yep.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Good.
So yes, our 20. Good to see you. Appreciate you guys. So initially, phase one, right, is the first floor. So it's about 18,000 square feet. That's where you get the 25, probably 25 to 35 people working in that space. When we get up to 100,000 square feet, which would be in the future, that's when you get up to about 100 people or 100 plus. And they would, of course, be on shifts. But if we don't do the phase two build out, right, which might have us trigger different things with zoning, which we have to talk about as a team, but it might not be worth it to pursue that, then we wouldn't get up to a tier 11 license in the first place. We will be somewhere at maximum about 47,000 square feet of canopy space, which would be half the size of Rev Clinics across the street.
So the principal issue, like Paula had said, you know, obviously we know I did the calculations that, you know, at what Revolutionary Clinics has at 120 employees on their first shift, which is their largest shift, but a large one, they have parking issues there. And they have 171 spaces. They have to stagger shifts. They have a 30-minute overlay. Plus, still, if you drive there, their parking lot's full. So you have 47 spaces or whatever it was on your site. You're going to have to find more if you want a canopy size that large. There's no on-street parking in that neighborhood. There's, you know, you're taking away a big parking lot. Well, not a big parking lot, but you're taking away a parking lot that exists on Fairmont Street that your phase two building is going to go in, where you could theoretically have parking if you didn't use the phase two building.
So that's something that we could look at. I'm interested in looking at that, and if we have to turn X to phase two and turn that into parking so that we satisfy parking requirements and your concerns, then we don't have a problem with that.
You know what I almost rather, and I'm not certain of this, I'm doing this kind of on the fly and the rest of the board can say what they think. I'd almost rather you swap buildings as far as which ones you keep, because that front building is the one that's at grade sooner. It's much taller. The other one can be built into the hill on Fairmont Street, so you can keep all your parking together on the front of the site. And when I say front of the site, I mean the Oak Hill Road side. And you know, you can build a bigger building in the back because it's already 10 or 12 or 15 feet below the top of Fairmont Street. So think about that when if and when you talk about, you know, redesign and finding more spaces.
So we talk as parking, height of the building, movement of the chillers. The chillers just really can't be up against the residential side. They are very intrusive. You are also looking at a potential for an extraction lab. I think you're appropriate in having it on the Oak Hill Lane side, because of the risk with that as a hazard. What else do I want to say? Right, the buffer. This is operating hours. There's a number of other comments I have here. Provide a description of what this screen chain link fence is, because if you see at Revolutionary Clinics, we wanted to keep the aesthetic. We actually abut an over 55 development. You're seeking a traffic study waiver. Please provide your operating hours, which I'm thinking you're probably going to be 24/7. I did read through your document. Please go through, I think it was like page 78 and 85. You had a lot of information about diversion for retail, but this isn't retail, so just want to modify that as appropriate for the uses you're proposing here. We would talk about registration of vehicles and of drivers with the police. Provide like HR policies, whether or not... I know you provided that, and we'll ask for this too, is just a copy of the community host agreement. I know you provided a certification that you signed one, but I'd like a copy of one to see the details with that. And the abutter list of notices, which I think we can get where the abutters, where all the notices were sent for the abutters, because we also want that 300-foot piece and make sure everyone's been notified. And then also the moral character and releases for the background checks.
I think you guys probably understood what she said, but just to be clear, because we've obviously, as I'm sure you know, we've done a lot of these cultivation facilities, so we have a pretty, defined process. When you do your request for waivers for distance to residential properties, put, 10 Fairmont Street is 65 feet, 20 Fairmont Street is 75 feet, whatever so you list them all out within those distances. That's what Paula was trying to say.
Right, to the property line.
Right, to the property line, not to the building itself, exactly. And I also, I don't know how feasible it is, but, you have a relatively large lot that's mostly wooded just west of this, the Crim site. I don't know if that's even used anymore. I don't know. There's a vacant lot that actually the owners of One Oak Hill Road, or I should say that maybe the prior owners of One Oak Hill Road own directly across the street on the corner of Fairmont and Oak Hill, as well as on the other side, which I wouldn't want because I wouldn't necessarily want people crossing Oak Hill Road. But there are some properties in the area, and it might be a nice.
Now, you can get a parking easement to be able to use, a budding property over that Crim parcel is like about 3 acres. I'll say in addition to that, there's, when we say maybe benefit to any offset for the community, parking is a big issue. A lot of residents tend to park across the street on Fairmount Street on areas that were like filled in onto probably like the Crim property, whether or not you can get permission from the owner to maybe pave those little spots. So to provide some better off-street parking for the residents on that street. Just trying to think of a community benefit here when seeking waivers.
Yeah, that's something we could look at. I think based on your comments, I think phase 2 is something that we'll probably X out and just focus on making the building more compliant, the existing buildings, and using the existing foundations, and then that also create more parking for us. I'm sure we can fit at least another 40 spaces in the back without the phase 2, and we should be able to meet the parking requirements that you guys are asking for.
One thing that I would suggest is if there's any sidewalks, particularly on Oak Hill Road or Fairmont. I know the ones on Fairmont we were looking at them via Google Street the other day. They're not. They're all worn and overgrown and everything else. If there are sidewalks on either of those streets, a typical offsite condition, a typical remedy we would have would be to update the sidewalks along your property frontage to city standards so that they're more functional and usable, particularly if you're going to have the kind of foot traffic that you might have for your employees there.
Yeah, we're amicable to that. That's not a problem at all.
Wonderful. So I wanted to convey, I started to say it, but I agree with what Paula just said, that if you can find kind of a separated, small parking area for, 5 or 10 or 12 cars or whatever, and reach out to some of the property owners across the street that they can use that instead of parking along, especially along where your new building is going to go. It might benefit you as well to offer something like that. I don't know how feasible that is, but if it is, it might be a nice olive branch to the neighborhood to do that.
And I really want to emphasize odor. I think one of the big key things, because this area has already experienced and having issues with the one on Oak Hill Road, and they've been in business for a while. It's still an issue, and we are working on a plan for them to implement further mitigation measures, because it shouldn't be happening. And then it's not good for the neighborhood. We don't want to add another similar use and compound that. as well. So I'd have to say, really emphasize whatever you have, times it by 5. You better have a backup plan, and we want to see really enhanced odor mitigation. It's like, just want to know that that you don't want to smell that you're there. You want to see that you're there and see all the beautiful improvements and everything, but no one wants to, everybody wants their own airspace.
So we agree with you on that. So part of our HVAC design is probably about $1 million HVAC design. I think a lot of people in cannabis built out their spaces not thinking about that. Technology's changed a lot in the past 5 years alone, and it's kind of at its peak. So even if there was an issue with CO2 and you have to clear the room of air, it'll go through various charcoal filters. So the air that gets expunged out of the building should still not smell. That being said, each of our rooms, the building itself will be airtight, have at least 6 inches of insulation, and then every single room that we have is also an airtight room. Because we're using CO2, every room is supposed to be airtight. I can't speak to why other places are leaking odors, but it will not happen, and it should not happen in any place that's built up to code based on standards in 2023. So we want to be a good neighbor. I understand your concerns about that, and we've created a design that eliminates that from happening, and we can share that with you as well.
Nice. Great. Does any board members have comments you want to add for them to come back with information you'd like to see?
I don't know if...
Is Captain Kringen on?
Yeah, you mean Captain LeMay?
Captain LeMay, sorry.
Yes, he is. Matt, I unmuted you if you have anything you want to say.
No, at this point, I don't have anything to add. I just want to review this a little bit more in depth, take another site visit up there and get a better visual. It's such early in the stage that I'll just wait till the next meeting and have some input then.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome. Nick Erickson, who's a DPW commissioner.
Thanks, Paula. The applicants have been in touch with DPW engineering. I know Ryan's made some trips out there just to see what's going on in the site, try to confirm the layout of some of the existing drainage and whatnot. We put together a small list of some of our preliminary comments today, sent it over to the board and Chantel and Liz. So at some point, we'll make sure that gets over to the applicant team. And I would say that the biggest thing moving forward, especially in the early stages of design like this, is communication. So we've got water, sewer, and drainage infrastructure out there, and the proposed designs need to work well with the existing systems that we have out there. We need to make sure there's adequate water pressure and volume. We need to have a better understanding of what the projected sewer flows are so that we can figure out the permitting pathway for the development. And we need to really understand how the proposed drainage on the site is going to tie into our existing drainage system out on Oak Hill Lane. There's a few comments in there that address specific things we've picked up over the course of our preliminary review, but we understand that the design is very much preliminary and is going to change throughout its course. So I just want to offer that DPW Engineering's happy to help. We're here to work through the project and any of the issues that come up. So please feel free to continue the communication early and often. Definitely the way to go.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public at this time? Anybody still online?
There's a whole bunch of names, but I think I have everyone accounted for. There's only one name I don't have accounted for, but I think there's no hands raised.
Here's a question for you. How did the public meeting go that you held on the 16th?
Went great.
Yeah, it was great. We had one attendee. They didn't ask any questions, but they did stay for the presentation. So yeah.
Okay.
I do have to say the buildings are in significant states of disrepair, and I very much appreciate the fact that you're looking to extensively renovate and even build new. It's just we gotta weigh the balance of abutting a residential neighborhood, and I think you can do that, especially now knowing that you're willing to make some modifications. Those two buildings together on the Fairmont Street side, I think. It might have caused some significant issues, but it sounds like it sounds like you have some alternative plans, and I'm interested to see what they look like, and look forward to you renovating this site. So,
and then the offset of, like you mentioned, like sidewalk. If you can come up with a remedy for parking, and even providing some potential parking for offset some of the improve the residential parking on that side, that's something that would help benefit the neighborhood. Would be great.
Between now and April, if you think presumably you think April's enough time to get it back in front of us. Between now and April, I suggest you reach out to DPW, follow up with Fitchburg Police, and you might want to also reach out to Fitchburg Fire. I haven't yet had a chance to talk to Chief Suarez or anyone else in the fire department, but I have noticed, obviously I've been watching this site for about 3 months now, since it's been kind of looming on our agenda, and I have noticed the fire department parks in the employees, it looks like, park in your parking lot pretty much every day. It looks like they have enough on-site parking, but if you could ask them, and maybe there's a mitigation measure there too, where there's 2 spaces that they might be able to use. I don't know if they need them, but like I said, I do notice they park in your little parking area to the left of the fire station when you look at it. So, as well as obviously we need department comment from them if we haven't received it yet. So reach out to Fitchburg Fire and get them on the same page too. That'll help solve any potential issues that might come up before next meeting.
Please feel free to reach out with any questions that we can provide to you, any answers to help you on your journey. And I want to make it up to you. We're going to hear, I know you put together a presentation. I'm sorry we were short on time. It was a pretty lengthy agenda. We had a lot of continued items. Not to say we're not going to have many continued items next meeting, but I'll put you at the top of the list next time.
That sounds good.
So, because we're looking, I know you put together a presentation, we're looking forward to going through and meeting you all.
Thank you.
And if I hope no one feels like I was cutting them short at the beginning. I was just trying to save time. If there's anything that you didn't get to today that you want to add next month, we'll get to it.
Yeah, so we just want to make sure we're getting some feedback to you so that you have something to work on for the next meeting.
Not a problem. We appreciate it.
And does the board members have any other additional feedback? No? Okay. Anybody online? Elaine or Alex? Okay. That being said, is there a motion to continue?
Make a motion to continue to April.
Motion's been made to continue.
Second.
With the second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Great. Great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your patience tonight
and your
sitting through everything.
perseverance.
Thank you.
We see you do your homework very well.
Okay. Do we have anything else?
Yes, we have other business. We have, and this was just more of an FYI, just that there was a special permit that was granted for Mad River Solar with a condition to submit a stormwater update, so they have satisfied that condition. And that stormwater update hopefully has been forwarded to DPW. So, Nick, if you have any issues with that, you can let us know.
Certainly will do that. I haven't had a chance to review it yet.
Quite all right.
We did get it earlier in the month, but I will review it and let you folks know what we have for comments.
Okay.
Now, I just had only one quick question about that, and Chantel, I don't mean to ask you, but in lack of anyone else, and I don't know Liz, do we know, are they waiting on anything from us? Because their letter is dated February 16th. I just want to make sure we're not making them wait 2 months.
We're not proving anything.
I know, I understand. I'm just wondering if they're asking anything of us. I know we have nothing to approve. I'm just wondering if they're...
I believe so. The engineer called today, and I did tell him that this was forwarded to the DPW, and if the DPW had any concerns, that they would let us know. So that's kind of the status of that. I had a conversation with the engineer this afternoon.
Because it just says this evaluation is in accordance with condition number 4, the renewal of the special permit. So again, I just want to make sure that there's nothing that they need. So, okay.
Our next item is evaluate our 2023 December meeting date, which is currently December 26th, the day after Christmas. Let's not do that.
So my suggestion, we've been waiting 3 months to do this, so I thought about it at length. My suggestion would be that,
They're up, so.
so my suggestion, it'll most likely have to be virtual only, because no matter what other Tuesday we pick, the chambers are occupied. But my suggestion would be the first or second. First is lighter, second's council week. But even that, I'm sure someone's here, so it'll have to be virtual only. But that's my suggestion. And I say that, we talk about this all the time, changing nights is never a possibility because we could never figure out a night everyone can do it. So I figure keep it a Tuesday, just pick a different Tuesday. I don't know how everyone feels about that.
Yeah, Tuesday works for me. I would think the second Tuesday, because the first Tuesday is too close to the fourth Tuesday from the month before.
Second Tuesday, the only reason why I didn't say the second Tuesday is because second Tuesday is ZBA and council.
Oh, I thought that's what you just said. It can only be the first and the second Tuesday.
Well,
it's probably...
No, it could be any of the Tuesdays. It's just the first is lighter and the third is probably lighter.
So the Tuesday would be the 5th or the 12th, if it was the first or the second Tuesday.
And I was trying to stay as far away from Christmas as we could. That's why I didn't say the 19th, but whatever. I mean, I'm at this point, it's far enough in the future, I'm indifferent.
We could just not have one.
So that leads into the next question of our second meeting. We have maybe two meetings in November, 2 meetings in January.
We could look at it that way, potentially. I'll have to say I might be away the last week in July myself, just saying, for July.
On the week after.
So we'll
That's
revisit
tough.
it.
So
We'll revisit
look
it.
at the date for July.
Especially once Chantel gets more situated and everything, we can look at, what, if community development thinks there's any dates that might conflict worse with department heads, because, obviously we usually need Captain LeMay and Nick's here all the time. And
Is there a board member who can't meet either I'll say first, second, or third Tuesday of December?
Nothing that I know of at this time.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Just check it. We have more time to talk about it. What we're trying to figure out also is our April meeting at this point. Yes, rescheduling. I don't know that we should reschedule.
Tentatively reserved the north room in Town Hall, the north meeting room, just so
Okay,
you
that's
know.
the one on the third floor.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, so the problem with that is if we did that, it would have to be without FATV.
So I reached out to FATV today, and this week they're actually preparing for their official ribbon cutting, which is happening Thursday at 5:30,
Yep.
in case anybody wants to go. But they said right after they finish that, they will come up and do a little bit of a test up in the north room to see if we've solved the audio issues that keep them from being able to stream from that location. So I guess that was an issue in the past. The audio was so bad that FATV wasn't able to
It was,
get
but
a clear sound.
It's not just them, it's also anybody attending hybrid. We
Sure.
really can't hear anybody. I mean, the participants was very difficult, so I'll just mention that to board members participating remotely, that one might be one that we might not need to do physical in that case.
We can also go the other way, and we can have a physical-only meeting. We're not required to have a hybrid meeting.
That is true.
Right.
Now,
But
I agree with Paula.
that's going to be tough for some of the applicants.
I agree with Paula, though. I
could
think
just
we
go
should
all
keep the
virtual
day, do virtual only, or I had told Paula, next Friday, I talked to Joan and I've talked to the mayor, but I haven't yet talked to, her name's escaping me. Natalia. About, like Dan and Paul and I were just talking about, if they need the room, show us how you're going to set it up. When we're done, we'll take 10 minutes and we'll do what you need to
Rearrange the
do.
room.
I mean, these aren't going to move. So if all we have to move is chairs and tables, let's do it.
There's a venue happening on Wednesday after the meeting, so they want
It's
the
an
day
MMA
before to
meeting.
just set up the room.
Mm-hmm.
But we wouldn't be able to have our meeting on that Tuesday evening, but if we can offer to reset up the room in whatever configuration they need before we leave, then we'll have that solved.
I'm happy to do that.
If everyone remembers, when we used to be at the fire station, every time we left, we'd have to move.
We always had-
we'd
Yeah,
have to
we
move
used to
everything
help
back,
Mike.
so we're
Yeah,
used to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
Yeah.
At that. So I guess, hold your hat on that one.
Yeah, I think we're going to keep the night either way. It's just going to be whether it's virtual only or here.
And
Or if they say it's going to be fine on the third floor, that's a third option too.
They'll do the testing of the sound there after this week, and then, we'll get their feedback, and you guys can make a decision about whether you can do hybrid there.
I can tell you at the very least, it would be amazing to have that as a fallback, because that has been something that has been sorely lacking is another meeting space, because third floor City Hall was always intended for community meetings.
Yep.
And it's a nightmare. So,
that being said, another item would be minutes. I know we don't have any. I know they're being worked on, but we're going to need multiple sets. So what for that?
I told Paula, I had a
Get caught up.
suggestion, and you guys probably thought about this, but Mike works 2 days a week. Have him work on the things he was here for. Have him just do the minutes. I mean, that's he was here for them, so he has all the notes. So I don't know. I know. It's tough.
I know,
but-
right?
And I don't want to have any oversight, but welcome Chantel Fleck as our new principal planner.
Thank you.
Very welcome. And I know that it's been challenging. This is the first month, and Herlin has been out. So it's been, and we've had a very big agenda, and all of these items have been very complicated in aspents of that. So
I
I
did the
commend you
best
for
I
trying to
could,
put all
and
this
Liz
stuff
helps.
together.
Had a
With the
number of-
materials and also the new steps being taken to make these materials are accessible to the public. That's great with the agenda. This has been a great with trying to, work with these folders now.
Yeah, I think that piece of it is working pretty well.
Yeah, I like it. And I like that we were able to go back.
Well, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah,
I said
going
from the
back to
get-go,
the last-
the fact that I can look at prior meetings is
Yeah.
amazing. So
Yeah.
love it.
Yep.
Keep doing that.
Yeah, I was not a fan
It
of
would appear
Dropbox.
we have unlimited storage there,
we didn't
too,
have the
so we
links
can
and-
Yeah, that's
have
all.
the big files
They
there.
change and then.
And not to belabor anything, we know there's issues with some developments out there that we'll work on addressing. Probably there are a number of them. I mean, I'll just name a couple, like revolutionary clinics with the odor mitigation plan, whether or not we have to, if they're either kind of voluntarily implemented, or we have to amend the permit to put a date on it.
I don't know if you guys are
We
aware of the
have-
most recent correspondence with Mike. Mike said he sent him an email a month ago,
Yeah,
and they
it's
still haven't responded.
Okay.
So with
I
that,
did not know that.
so we'd like a implementation and completion date for that.
So
Chantel, when you get
you're looking for a
situated, Paula and I have
timeline
list
from
of
them?
things.
Okay. I think you're coming to the office on Friday.
Yeah, we're
so
both
if you
Yes,
there
wanna
we'll be
Friday.
here on Friday.
Okay.
Of course, there's probably, everybody knows about issues with Game On, just saying that we're going to look at this comprehensively, hopefully in the next 60 days, find out what is missing, or where we're at with the compliance pieces of that, what needs to be done moving forward. So we need to come up with a better plan, and then communicate that and work on that aspect.
I think the last thing I saw with respect to Game On was our DPW commissioner sending some example signage to the owner, and I'm not sure if he's gotten a response.
That's
on
just
that
a
yet,
little
but-
piece of it.
Yeah.
For that. And then South Street, the development on South Street as well. They may be back for an amendment regarding a timeline, at least for the sidewalk and landscaping specs. For that, just a heads up. Pieces of that. I think that's all I can think of communications, but things are moving forward, trying to improve process and flow. Please let us know. I want to put this out there to board members too, if there's any information you're looking for, or, we're trying to work better on protocols as well, so and streamline and make things more accessible, so put that out there. All right.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion's
Second.
been made with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No one opposed. It's not an option.
Give the gavel.